लोग कहे ये सब उन्हें लगता है लेम, गेमिंग और करियर नॉट जस्ट द सेम, ई स्पोर्ट्स को टाइम देना टाइम का वेस्ट, कैसे मैं करता सारी उम्मीदों को फेल।
गेमिंग इज अ वेस्ट ऑफ टाइम, ये सब जी गए दिन की बातें हो गई हैं। अब फैंस की बारी है फेम कमाने की। सिर्फ फैन क्लैश में आप यूज कर सकते हैं अपना गेमिंग नॉलेज फेम और पैसे अर्न करने के लिए, क्योंकि यहाँ फैंस है असली हीरो।
Fanclash is Asia's largest esports fantasy platform. Select your favorite players, make your own fantasy team, and win up to rupees 1 lakh daily. Download the Fanclash app now.
Hello ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to Skyesports Championship 4.0. My name is Crips and with me is Spy. We are going to be your casters for the day in this lovely tournament of CSGO. We've seen quite a lot of nail-biting matches since the last few weeks, and today is where it all leads to it. This is going to be the finale. Some teams from Southeast Asia and from India, both of them have been fighting tooth and nail to get to this spot, and today we have the finalists in front of us. This will determine the final winner.
We have had two phases already throughout the Skyesports Championship 4.2. We saw the SEA qualifiers, then we saw the India qualifiers. Out of both the qualifiers, we have one team, one team each from both the phases, which are supposedly the best in their seedings. So for the SEA qualifiers, we had team NKT beating out Aravit in the end, and they won the final match, so they'll be making the first entry towards the grand finals of our championship. And the second team, the Indian partner that's gonna be playing against them today, is gonna be none other than team KingPins. So with that, the match is going to be really interesting and really fun to watch. No doubt it is going to be one of India's best teams versus one of, or at the moment we could say that it is the best team of Asia. It is going to be team NKT versus KingPins. Crips, I am very excited for this matchup. Hopefully KingPins will be able to perform really well through just like they performed throughout the tournament till now. We'll see some sort of those performances. Maybe we see some new tricks up their sleeves to beat NKT. That's gonna be something we're gonna be obviously on the lookout for. But Krebs, what do you think? Well, how is the matchup gonna be? What's it gonna be like?
So for the members of Team KingPins, this is definitely the biggest boss battle of their lives, and in that case, that being said, Team KingPins, they're gonna have a lot of pressure on them. This is the kind of team that has always been trying their level best in the Indian scene, but even though they were able to beat a lot of the other Indian teams in order to get here, this is a completely different ball game because they have never faced such a strong team before. So like I said, this will probably be the toughest game of their career. To go from beating several Indian teams to fighting the best team in Asia, it's a big jump in skill. And like you said, Team KingPins are going to need a lot of tricks up their sleeve in order to make the battle even. And this is just for them to stand a chance against Team NKT. If they want to actually beat them, they will need to play out of their minds today and have the best games of their career so far if they want to stand a fighting chance against Team NKT. On the other hand, NKT has already proven why they are one of the best in Asia. They've beaten out several strong opponents, and that too in difficult circumstances. There were several instances where NKT did not find themselves in the lead, but they still mounted comebacks in order to prove their dominance.
NKT, given the fact that they are pro players already. And on the other side, we have KingPins, who have been in the scene for quite a long time now, but they haven't been able to make it on a global level yet. But without wasting any time, we have the format in front of us. Let's take a look at that and see what is it gonna be like. Okay, we've got the day 1, which was already done. This is gonna be the final day, so let's take. Okay, these were the already SEA qualifiers that has been already completed. We have day 1 renewal and Ketsugi, which we already saw. Day 2 as well is already complete. All these days have already been complete. These were the group A and B, out of which we just saw Team NKT making out of the SEA qualifiers. In the end, we will take a look at the India qualifiers as well, but you casted some of the matches for the SEA qualifiers. Would you like to bring us talk about something?
Yep, SEA qualifiers was super interesting. Obviously, NKT and Aravat came out on top of their groups. That being said, NKT had to face a little difficulty while facing Team Renewal, especially on the maps like Inferno, and they had a similar story when facing Team Aravat. So I'm assuming that because Inferno is now the new Dust 2, because it's like one of the oldest maps in the pool right now, Team KingPins today will have a semi-decent chance on a map like Inferno when they go up against NKT. Of course, teams like KingPins will also might be able to give them a decent run for their money if we head on to Anubis, something that nobody is super comfortable on right now because it's the newest map in the pool. So I think they will have a fair chance if they try to fight them on Anubis as well. But NKT, they had quite an easy run. Even when they were facing their final opponents, Aravat, they only dropped one map against them. So I think that's a fair victory to them. And KingPins, they haven't really shown that they are fully bulletproof. They haven't really shown that there is certain strengths to their attributes which cannot be permeated by any other team. So with NKT looking this strong, KingPins have an uphill battle ahead of them.
Definitely, however the tide of the game is gonna go, it's definitely gonna be under the control of Team NKT. No doubt they have the upper hand in this matchup. On the side for KingPins, this is gonna be a really new and a crazy experience because still now they've been just playing against Indian teams, just like you said. This is gonna be a really good level up coming in from them, and hopefully they show us the promises that they've made, and they're gonna obviously play really good, and hopefully they might be able to win against NKT. I know that's a bit of a stretch. That is a really big of a stretch. But then again, these underdogs can sometimes show things that we casters never anticipate, even in our wildest dreams. But with that being said, let's talk about our sponsors for a second, which is gonna be our official fantasy partner, Fanclash. Guys, if you are an Android user, do check out the link below in the description and download the Fanclash app there. Or if you're an iOS user, just go to the App Store and you can find the app there and download it. You have the first free entry. Go and bet on your teams. We've got NKT and KingPins. Whoever you think can win today's match, don't bet on it. This is not a betting site. This is a fantasy fantasy app, completely fantasy based.
Yeah, you can use your knowledge about the game to select the players that you think will perform well today, and based on the performance of those players, you will get quite a lot of points with which you can redeem not only opportunities to meet your favorite players and your favorite stars, but also get a lot of cool prizes. Let's get into the thick of the action, ladies and gentlemen. Let's take a look at what we're going to be witnessing today. And of course, while we speak about Team NKT and KingPins today, you can probably use some of the data that we give you to pick your players on the Fanclash app so that you can get the highest chance of winning a lot of points, or you can use your own research to do that as well. Make sure that you select your players carefully. There's a good chance that you will be able to select 3 players of the winning team and 2 players of the losing team as well. So whichever team you think is stronger today, go ahead and pick those up. But let's talk about Team NKT for now. We start with Bented, obviously widely regarded as the best player in Asia. He started off his reign in Team Tailu all the way back several years ago. At that time, Tailu was the best team in not just China, but also the best team in the entirety of Asia. That was the first team which the West started to fear. Then we take a look at Urkast. And even though Urkast is a player who's hailing from Mongolia, he's played for a lot of Australian teams in his career. Zain obviously hails from Korea, one of the best players from that region, and used to be a part of MVP Karnal. And then the rest of the players obviously have their decorated stats as well. Most of them hailing from Mongolia. And that's Team NKT for you. Let's take a look at Team KingPins. It consists of Benzine, Bhavi, Cyclone F, Finn, and Revan. Now, the players to watch out over here, in my opinion, would be Cyclone F and Finn. Oh, it's actually Revan as well. Yeah, of course, you can't forget Revan. Man was an amazing AWPer throughout the first phase of the tournament, and I'm looking forward to seeing him in action today.
Obviously, Sen's, given that he's one of the best players in the matchup once again. Revan on the other side, even though we don't have Kingpin's Bhavi here at the moment, which is also one of the best players who hails from Kingpins, I would have wanted to see him there, but at this point it's Revan and Finn, the best players for Kingpins here, with their 182 kills for Revan, Finn with 199, Sense to 11, 9 with 183. With that, let's take a look at the head-to-head between NKT and Kingpins. And who is it gonna be? It's gonna be Bhavi and 9. Just like I said, it's gonna be 168 kills for Bhavi coming in, 183 kills coming in from 9 here. A really, really good head-to-head that I'm gonna definitely look out for, guys. So, you know these are gonna be the two best players to do. Remember, when you're making your teams on Fanclash, you guys should definitely choose at least one of these players so that you get much more points.
Oh yeah, definitely. And while we are talking about 9, I just want to point out a little bit about his history and a few awkward interactions that he might have had in this tournament. For those of you who don't know, 9 started off his career while playing for a team called Born in Mongolia, but he got famous while playing for a team called Storm Rider. Over the course of his career, he's also played for Team Renewal for a period of a good 8 to 9 months. And guess what? Renewal was one of the teams that they faced in this tournament. So it's almost like 9 playing against his previous team to some extent. And that must have been a little weird for him to experience. But regardless, it was a cracking good match to witness. Let's jump into the map V2, ladies and gentlemen. Let's see what we're going to have today. Keep in mind that this will be a best of 5. So with Anubis being removed by Team NKT, that is a massive kick to Team KingPins. In fact, KingPins, they know they are the heavy underdogs today. They know for a fact that NKT is significantly stronger than them, and they're not shying away from this battle. So kudos to KingPins for trying to fight against an opponent which is much stronger than them. I wish them the best of luck. But let's be honest, Anubis was one of the best hopes for Team KingPins because this map is new and none of the teams are really familiar with this map. In fact, even the meta has not set in for Anubis. This would have been one of the best opportunities for KingPins to give NKT a run for their money. But then we start off with the regular maps like Inferno, Mirage, Vertigo, Ancient, and Overpass. And these are maps which have been in the pool for quite some time. So Team KingPins, they have their work cut out for them.
Kingpins obviously are gonna struggle a bit because, just as you said, Anubis is gonna be getting banned there. NKT, they know that they can't, they're not gonna be that strong on Anubis as they're gonna be on any other map. They know that, they know that opportunity, and they took it. They're not gonna let they're not gonna let KP at all. They're not gonna let them get inside the map at all here. And with that being said, the first match is gonna be in the map of Inferno. We're gonna have a lot of fun, and I think NKT here as well has the upper hand. Let's see who gets the CT and who gets the terrorists here. That's gonna be deciding the flow of the game from the beginning itself. And maybe we can see Kingpins taking terrorists and starting off the game with a decent lead, a 5-7. That's the best, not a 5-7, at least a 10-5. That's the best situation we can take for Kingpins at the moment. But let's take a look in the game in a while. But yeah, this is a really fun matchup. Let's make some first half predictions at the moment, Crips. I'm gonna go for the 10-5. Yeah, that was what I went for. What do you say?
10-5, huh? I think it's gonna be more along the lines of either an 11-4 or a 12-3 if NKT start on the CT side. If NKT start on the T side, then I agree 10-5 could be a possibility. That being said, we have to point out that NKT, while they have picked up Inferno to be one of the strongest maps, and while they are a very strong team on Inferno, they did struggle against a few of the SEA teams going into this map. But they did not lose this map ever. There were several instances where NKT started off on the back foot. Their opponents would be leading somewhere along the lines of a 9-5 or an 8-5, and then NKT would always be able to claw their way back up and close the half at 9-6 or an 8-7. And from there onwards, NKT would pick up the pace and go ahead to win the map without really a lot of problems. But there were several instances where NKT did not start off on the right foot. They did not start off with a dominant lead, and that gives a little tiny bit of hope to Team KingPins as well. If they're able to establish that lead early on and give Team NKT the feeling that, hey, we are not a bunch of pushovers, you have to play seriously against us, then I think Team KingPins will be in for a decent time. Because the power difference between the teams is so high at this point that I fear that Team NKT will just start playing freestyle. And that's when things get really difficult. Because sure, Team KingPins will expect NKT to play in a very disciplined fashion and in a very proper, methodical way, in a very strategic way. And sure, there are ways to counter those strats, but when the members of Team NKT start feeling themselves and then they start feeling that they can just bully their opponents, they will abandon their conventional strategies and just go in YOLO. At that point, it becomes not only difficult to stop them because aim dueling against NKT is tough, but also you can't predict their strats, so there will be no way for KingPins to counter their opponents in a strategic sense as well. And that's why you need to keep Team NKT in check. You need to keep them under the impression that, hey, KingPins can come over at any time in case NKT ever abandon their strats and start playing in a freestyle fashion.
Yeah, that was the pre-match analysis coming in for Team NKT. We are gonna look at that just in a while, but we have the head-to-head for this match. Once again, it's gonna be Finn versus Senzu. Oh, Sen's here. 191 kills for Finn and 211 kills coming in for Sen's here. 177 deaths for Sen's. Comparatively lesser deaths for Finn. Okay, so that might make Finn the better player here, but still Sen's has the more amount of kills there. Once again, these are gonna be the two best players for this match. This is gonna be the matchup coming in. So do choose one of them or both of them for your Fanclash team, guys. Your fantasy team should at least have one of the good players from one of the teams, and you gotta take Sen's, cause best player here, NKT. Best team, what else are you gonna go for?
Exactly, Sen's is a no-brainer. He has to be one of the pickups if you're using the Fanclash app. Keep in mind that you get your first entry free, so there's absolutely no reason for you to not download the app and check it out now. Sen's, though, the youngest player of Team NKT, unlike a lot of other veterans in the team like Zayn and Bentet who've been around for a very long time, Sen's came into the limelight somewhere towards the end of 2020 when he was playing for a team called Black Company. And when he got noticed over there, guess which team he joined? It was Team Aravat. And Arabat was in this tournament as well. So obviously it would have been a little weird for him to see his old team playing in the same tournament as him. It definitely would have been a very wholesome interaction too between those guys. And later on, Sen's joined other teams like Mongols and Mazalai before finally ending up in Team NKT. And that's why Sen's is one of the players that you should definitely consider today, because he is the youngest player in Team NKT. And unlike Zayn and Benton, who've been around for a very long time, this guy started off his career in a completely different era of Counter-Strike.
That being said, let me talk about my team, the Indian team that I know more about as compared to you. So KingPins on the other side have been a team who've been known for some of their unusual plays, but these unusual plays are the plays that do get them the rounds. And where you did say that NKT might be going in freestyle and it might be difficult for KingPins to counter them. That being said, even that is a situation for KingPins as well. Because for NKT,
yes.
they've been expecting a pretty disciplined performance coming in from a professional T1 team. And on the side, if KingPin starts to lose some rounds, they might go haywire, they might panic, they might do some things that might not be done in normal situations, but they're doing under some panic position. That could be some situations that we could see from KingPins here, and maybe that becomes a problem for NKT to tackle, and that just could be the thing that makes KingPins win, but then again, that is gonna be a lesser possibility there. One more player left to connect, and just as soon as that happens, we're gonna jump right into the game, and we're gonna take a look at the first map of Inferno, which is gonna be NKT's pick. So no doubt, more or less, they're gonna win this. We never had a doubt there. But the first question and the biggest question is, how many rounds can KingPin secure from NKT before at least succeeding to the second match? Yeah.
Yeah, and I think that Team KingPins, like you said, will go for those unorthodox plays, and if they can do so, then the pistol round will definitely be a win possibility for KingPins. In the pistol rounds, KingPins have almost always hedged their bets on the correct side. Like, let's say, for example, they are able to figure out where their opponents will be more heavily stacked, and they avoid that side quite easily. And I don't know if this was preparation on their side or doing homework about their opponents, or if it's just them making the right calls in the heat of the moment. Their decision making was on point, at least when they were facing against the Indian teams, and they avoided disaster like this quite a lot. They almost never walked into those stack traps. So that's good, right? Especially when you're going up against a team like NKT, who also have the habit of changing their setup quite often. So especially when you're playing on a map like Inferno, if you're able to avoid the heavily stacked site, it will be so much more easier for you.
It definitely is going to make things easier for them. And NKT, I guess, will have better setups, better executions coming in. On the other side, KingPins, we might not see such strong executions, such strong strategies. And then again, aim is gonna be one of the differentiating factors between both the teams. On one hand, we're gonna see NKT destroying, maybe destroying KingPins. We don't know for sure right now. And on the side, KingPins, we've seen them choke at some situations. Hopefully today is not the day for them to do that, and we'll see them making less mistakes, given the fact that the stakes are high, and it's gonna be one of the best teams in Asia against them. They're gonna have to prove a point today. They have to show themselves. They've gotta show India standing in, at least in Asia, at least in the CSGO scene, that even we are capable of something.
Well, Team NKT, on the other hand, they've got quite a lot of decorated players in their roster. We've already spoken about how Pentet was the king of Asian Counter-Strike at one point, playing for teams like Tyloo. The same goes for Zyne, and he used to play for a Korean team called MVP Karnal. And back in the day, Tyloo versus MVP Karnal was the El Clasico of Asian CSGO. Now that both these players are on the same team, it's like having two big brain IGLs on the same page. And while Pentet never really picked up the IGL role in fruition, in complete capacity, he was always one of the players responsible for making the calls in the heat of the moment. Zyne, on the other hand, has a similar story, one of the oldest players in Korea. In fact, when the rest of his team, MVP Karnal, went separate ways, partially because of Valorant coming in, a few of their players switched to Valorant, few of the players retired. Zyne was one of the only players who continued to stick to CSGO. So Pentet and Zyne obviously have the richest competitive history in this lineup. That being said, there are some players that you do need to watch out for, and one of those players is Urkast. Now, Urkast, like I said, he's a Mongolian guy, but he's played for a lot of Australian teams, and he basically made a notoriety for himself when he was playing under the banner of Greyhound. And Greyhound, as you guys know, has already started to kick a lot of ass in the North American circuit as well now. So they started off in the Australian continent down south, and they moved up north towards America, and ever since then they've been on the rise. So make sure that you pick up at least a few of these players in your Fanclash teams. And the Fanclash app works in a very simple way. All you have to do is pick up 5 players for your team, and based on the performances of those 5 players in today's games, you will get a lot of points. let's say for example, if I have picked up 3 players from NKT and 2 players from KingPins, and if NKT ends up winning by a huge margin, I will only end up farming points for 3 of the NKT players. But if Pi over here has 4 of the NKT players and NKT wins by a massive margin, then he will end up getting more points than I will. So that's how it works. You need to use your CSGO knowledge and pick the best team possible to optimize the amount of points that you can get on the Fanclash app. It's quite simple. Go ahead and download the app. If you're an Android user, you can use the link in the description below, or just go to fanclash.in. Should be pretty simple. If you're an iOS user, you can download it via the App Store.
Yes, guys, this is a really interesting fantasy app that you should definitely check out. There are a lot of rewards waiting as well. With the first entry being free, there are a lot of cash rewards waiting. So go fast, down the description, download the app right now and make a team. Make a team as fast and win something. But let's take a look once again at the matches. It is NKT versus KingPins. You've talked more or less mostly about Team NKT, who we already know is one of the best teams. So no doubt they're gonna have everything more or less down to perfect. So they're not gonna have any inconsistencies, that's for sure. KingPins, on the other hand, is gonna be the team that I'm gonna be looking for, because inconsistencies are gonna be found on their part. I highly doubt that NKT might make any of those big mistakes. On the other hand, KingPins, this is going to be the first match. Inferno, I really want them to perform. Defense is not their forte. On the side, terrorist side could be their side, and maybe they could get a lead. Lead is just something I'm being too generous. Lead is not going to be coming in for KingPins right now. NKT no doubt is gonna get the they're gonna get the good lead and most probably the win as well.
Yeah, I mean, most players will expect NKT to come out as winners today. In fact, some people might even go ahead and say that NKT will win in a 3-0 fashion, because that's just how big the difference in skill is between these teams. KingPins, if you guys have been following the Indian CSGO scene, were not one of the most prominent teams in this region. In fact, some of the other teams that we have seen in this tournament, such as Team ANO, those players also ring a few bells when some of the older CSGO players look at them, because those players had been participating in a lot of LAN tournaments, and the LAN culture in India was, I would say, was at its peak in the 2016 to 2017 years. In 2018, obviously, the best teams in India started to emerge, and at that point, it was just a tier 1 scene at that point. Most of those players who emerged victorious in the 2018 and 2019 seasons of CSGO, they have now moved on to play Valorant, and they are doing quite a lot of damage over there. But the players who stuck to CSGO, those guys will obviously have a little bit of advantage going into this game, because they've been grinding it out for a lot longer. That being said, there still isn't one clear winner. Even when it comes to a team like KingPins, right? They had such a difficult fight against ANO. And you pointed it out yourself, there was a possibility that ANO might have been able to win that game in case a few key rounds did not go in the favor of Team KingPins. So naturally, Team KingPins, they had struggled quite a lot in order to get to the finals. Team NKT, they only really struggled against their second opponent. The rest of the matches were relatively easy for them. And that being said, NKT, while they are the clear favorites to win this tournament today, KingPins, there's just one thing that might go in their favor, and that is the massive underdog buff. When you have an opponent that is significantly stronger than you, I just hope that KingPins are able to find their ability to play without being scared. It's an unnatural amount of power you find in that moment when you accept the fact that you have nothing to lose today, and if you are able to damage your opponent seriously, then you will get an insane amount of notoriety. Whether or not you win, if they are able to use this experience against Team NKT and turn it into a learning experience, then they will definitely benefit quite a lot. And while they may or may not be able to win today's tournament, Team KingPins will definitely have a serious advantage going into the next few CSGO tournaments that are held in India. And that is the truth, because Skyesports is gonna focus a lot on games like CSGO and Dota in the near future. They're trying to revive the OG games back in this country, and that's exactly why Skyesports is gonna be one of the best tournament organizers going into 2023. And you guys should follow this channel for more CSGO action, because I promise you there will be quite a lot of good CSGO action in the next few months. In fact, why even talk about the next few months? In the next few days, on 24th of December, there's gonna be a lovely show match between some of the best creators in India down in Mumbai near the Nesco compound. So if you're in Mumbai, go ahead and pay that area a visit on 24th December, where you will get to see some of the biggest names in the Indian FPS community duke it out in a CSGO show match. Mark your calendars on that day as well.
Definitely, the LAN tournament is gonna be a really crazy thing to watch out for. And guys, yeah, just as he said, do drop down there and do check out the LAN event once for yourself. And let's take a look at the maps. Okay, I just checked the maps. The third map is gonna be in the map of Vertigo. Vertigo coming in is not a map that we see in Indian scene much. And as compared to Indian scene, yeah, the Western scene and maybe SEA as well, we can see Vertigo coming in usually in more or less all the pro matches, which we didn't see in more or less any matches in the whole tournament of our India qualifiers. That's gonna be a bit of a change of things, and if I'm not wrong, it's gonna be NKT picking Vertigo, because no doubt they would have a better experience there, given the fact that they've battled a lot of pro teams in Vertigo and big majors as well.
Yeah, and Vertigo is like one of those maps which has changed quite often, and the current iteration of Vertigo really makes it an even experience. I mean, when we first saw Vertigo, the very first iteration of competitive Vertigo, the A site looked completely different. There was basically no sidewalk at that point. Even the entry into Vine was so difficult, and mid was so easy to control for the CTs, and everyone was complaining, hey, this is a very CT sided map, please fix. And the overlords at Valve finally listened to us, and at this point we can safely say that Vertigo is a somewhat balanced map. Of course, if the teams play their cards right, then it can once again be a very CT sided affair, but at this point nobody really complains about this being a one-sided map, and it's more likely a very evenly matched out map. So if we do see Vertigo, which I think we definitely will, it's just the third map, then I think Team NKT is gonna have quite an easy time on this one, because I don't think KingPins have played Vertigo in a very long time. But when it comes to Team NKT, in just their previous tournament, they were playing Vertigo, and they were also playing it quite well. That being said, we haven't really seen any Vertigo matches in the Skyesports Championship 4.0, so this will be a fresh new experience for us as well.
This is gonna be a really fresh thing for us to look out for. And guys, let me once again tell you about our very own fantasy partner, which is gonna be Fanclash. Let me give you an example on how once a guy has already won a really huge amount of money from the Fantasy Royale. He invested 19 rupees in one contest, and in return he won 1 lakh, guys. That's a huge, massive prize pool. Do consider and check out the Fanclash app. And if you do think it's interesting enough for you guys, and if you do have the CSGO knowledge that's needed, go on there, make a team that you think can win, and maybe earn some free bucks there.
Yeah, so to go from 19 rupees to 1 lakh rupees, dude,
That's
that's
massive,
insane.
no doubt.
It's insane. You can't even get a vada pav in 19 rupees.
Damn
And in 1 lakh, you can easily get yourself a super strong gaming PC. So, like, the amount of difference in the money you invest versus the returns you get out of the sky, bro. It's almost unbelievable. But yeah, that's if you have the right knowledge of the game, then you can use the Fanclash app to your advantage. Actually, I mean, I've already made my team on the app. Now I think I might consider putting in a little more effort into Fanclash if that's the amount of returns that you can get.
People are earning so much money, why not you?
Yeah.
Give it a try, maybe
Yeah.
you can as well.
And it's-
a lakh is not
it's not
less
just
for
a-
me. Not.
Yeah, it's not. It's definitely not. I mean, forget the money part of it, right? The monetary returns are definitely very lucrative, but the fact that you get to meet your favorite stars is a completely different league of its own. Now, we being casters, we have slightly a little bit of privilege because we get to meet the who's nots and who's of the industry quite often. Especially when we go to LAN events, we end up running into all these famous personalities quite often. And that's a privilege that us as casters have. But the general audience doesn't necessarily have that. And Fanclash is one of the best ways that you can use to get to meet your stars and get to meet your favorite players. So go ahead and check it out. The monetary returns are just one added bonus on top of it.
Damn straight, damn straight. That is right. No doubt about that. You're gonna meet Jonathan. Man, people are crazy over him in India, no doubt. And there are so many more influencers that have been connected with Fanclash. So guys, many benefits, we've already counted them out for you. What more do you need, guys? Just go down, register, maybe make a team, maybe win huge, or if not, there are a lot of things waiting on the app for you. So don't waste any time and hop on it as soon as possible. And we'll bring you the match as well, which we've been waiting for as well. Just as the match starts and as soon as all the players are connected, we'll start the match as soon.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, we really appreciate your patience. Unfortunately, the players are facing some technical difficulties in joining the server. But do not worry, we will be starting the match as quickly as we can as soon as these issues are dealt with. And as soon as the players are online, we will be hopping into the action. Stay tuned and we'll be right back. Hello ladies and gentlemen, and welcome back to the Skyesports Championship 4.0 powered by AMD. Our gaming partner is Logitech, and our official fantasy partner is none other than Fanclash. We sincerely apologize for the delays, and we thank you a lot for your patience. We do have an update for you. We were supposed to start the map of Inferno quite some time ago, but due to some technical difficulties, the players of NKT were unable to join. And because of that, Team KingPins have been awarded the map win number 1 as default. We will be going directly to map number 2 with a 1 map advantage in favor of Team KingPins. That being said, we also need to point out that there has been a slight roster change for Team NKT. Senz will not be playing in this match, and in his place, we have another player called QQ God joining in.
Oh, we have a subsea coming in here. Hopefully he's not gonna be as good as Sense, but at least he's gonna be able to fill the shoes here that Sense is gonna leave completely empty. The match is gonna get started though pretty soon, if I'm not wrong. Yep, there it is. It's hello.
Early contact from Team NKT towards both underpass and high mid. At this point, it seems like Team KingPins are just playing it really slowly. While their players are waiting with the bomb right outside of underpass, the rest of the members of Team KingPins are slowly creeping up towards A main and Palace respectively. If this is going to be an A crunch, then they need to give some of their underpass players a little bit of backup, because Benzine with the bomb on his back will not be able to bring it outside. In fact, the NKT defenses are too strong towards the bottom of mid. And while they're not actively fighting towards underpass, they're keeping that area in check. KingPins retract, they fall back towards high mid, and then hopefully will regroup to hit the B site. If not, then they can always reposition themselves towards A. With their players Cyclone and Bhavi already present in that region, they will now look to take top mid as well. Molly towards window definitely will give them a little bit of clearing as they hop out. Smoke towards B shot, cuts Bentet off from the action. He will jump up again and try to stop them from flooding into its connector. And over here, QQ God is already in position, ready to stranglehold them. Finn, though, with a lovely shot, has taken down 2, and this could be the opening that KingPins had been looking for. Bomb goes down, and now they need to defend.
Zayn with a really good frag here. Finn going down. Benzine getting traded instantly. QQ God is not gonna be surviving for long. He's gonna get shut down. Down to a 2v2. One guy over towards Palace here. Revan, beautiful shot coming in. Zayn going down. Bented is gonna get a frag onto Revenue. Down to 1v1. Bented with just 9 HP surviving. Not in the best possible situation. And there it is. It's gonna be Cyclone with a beautiful and a massive round coming in for his team. It's gonna be a 1-0 scoreline. NKT losing the first round. Small setback coming in for them. Just from the from the start of the round here and from the start of the game. It's a really good situation and a really good round coming in from Cyclone. No doubt that it was massive round coming in. Moving forward to the second round. Some lineups coming in for mid. Might be a mid execute. The window's been already smoked there. 9. No, Revan.
Oh my god. Yeah, that was a disgusting frag now, wasn't it? 9 basically not giving a damn about the smoke, still connecting the shot onto Revan. And keep in mind that NKT have some investments in this round. While 9 is going for a no armor scout, it is not going to deter him from picking up these fights. At the same time, there's some upgraded pistols and even MP9s in the hand of QQ God and Bentet. So this definitely will be a difficult round for the members of Team KingPins. Especially with these MP9s playing up close towards Palace as well as B shot respectively. Bentet can hear them coming. He avoids all the flashes, and I hope that they check out this angle. Flash towards Bentet is perfect, but Bentet, he is unblinded. Still with his eyes open and very sharp. He's able to take both those players down, and that's the bomb dropped. Benzine is going to have to go on a recovery mission, and he's already been spotted. Crossing towards B shot is going to be extremely difficult, no matter how many kills he's able to get. Zayn challenges him once again. Benzene wolves the duel, and this could be super important. Down to a 2v2. Even Bobby has stuck towards Urkast, and this bomb is actually recoverable now. The only person who can spoil this is going to be Bentet. The man who started it all has the responsibility of finishing it off too, and he's found out where Benzene is. Instantly upgrades the weapon. Although the bomb has been recovered by Bobby, and he's running towards the A site. The CTs won't be able to intercept him in time.
Just in time when he knew there was no time to plant bait. Okay, Bobby's gotten the down here. He has no clue his CT. Okay, Benton, even though he had the superior positioning, it's gonna be a counter coming in from Bobby. Galil's gonna do some damage there, down to 1v1. SMG versus Galil. That's not the best possible situation coming in for QQ God here. But let's see, can Zayn connect here? I barely think that's gonna be the situation. Okay, Molly gonna clear backside. That's there. A brilliant jump peek coming in. Bentet and QQ God finish off Bobby. And a small assist coming in for Bentet. QQ God, beautiful round. A really good clutch. And with that, a 3 coming in. NKT getting back to round the loss. Now to a 1v1 scoreline coming in. KingPins, even though they had a really good buy there, but on the other side, NKT was prepared for that. They had a really good first buy coming in from them. The SMGs did pay off, no doubt. And in the end, did get it around this way.
Yeah, and playing towards Sandwich was a decent decision from the members of KingPins. From that position, he could have not only seen the shadow pop before anything else, but also it's kind of a one-and-done position which is suitable for a 1v1 situation like that. But of course, NKT restabilized themselves, and now they've got the better weaponry. A few Galils stolen from the previous round, M4s and FAMASas on board as well. NKT have gone back to their defaults where they reinforce mid, but at the same time keep 2 of their players towards connectors so that in case a fast A hit comes in, NKT are in prime position to stop it. Zayn is jump spotting towards B vans. He sees nobody. KingPins propping up outside of Palace, ready to hit them with full force. That was a chunky nade though. Takes away more than half of Bhavi's HP.
So why waiting for the push there? Okay, it's a massive aggressive push coming in from Palace. Everyone has already jumped down. It's gonna be Benzene just getting a frag there. QQ Guard, 9 getting frags left and right, and it's gonna be 9 finishing off the round with a beautiful wall bang headshot coming in nonetheless on Cyclone. Really fast, not a flawless round. They did lose Urkus there. So Footbliss is surviving. Not much loss there, not much economy utilized there. KingPins on the other side. There, it was an eco round for them, so definitely they had to go with a fast push there. Obviously that didn't work for them, and didn't work for them that round. I don't think so it's gonna work in the future for them. So maybe the Tech 9 pushes they have planned in the future, maybe hold off on them and think of something else.
But at least they were able to get the bomb down, which is the biggest silver lining over here. The fact that they're able to make that contact play work itself gives them some semblance of hope, because it tells them that they can catch NKT off guard, and that's exactly what they've done this round as well. Bhavi, still holding towards the top of TV room, has managed to get the first pick onto Urkast. But what he doesn't know is that 9 is also present in the region, so Finn needs to be very careful as he tries to tiptoe his way around this area. FAMAS comes in contact, but no! He pulls out the flash at the worst possible time, and that's another free kill for KingPins.
Palace Cyclone holding, waiting to swing in maybe. No, the smoke's gonna completely deny the possibility of that happening. But in the meanwhile, it's a B push coming in. Slowly, the bomb's already made up its way to be apt. Will they aggress? Will they execute the push there? Or maybe Cyclone finds a frag onto A, and everyone starts their rotation towards the A side. Even though, that being said, it's down to a 3v5 situation. The Revan has an op here, Cyclone as well. Everyone is equipped as hell here. I don't think so. KingPins should lose this round on a technically they shouldn't lose this round, but on the other hand, it's gonna be NKT in front of them. Revan making the shot count. It's gonna take down Zayn, and instant frag onto Finn. The beautiful headshot. Bentet as well getting shut down. Not in the best possible position to hide. Ooh, given the fact that 4 players were pushing onto him, but a really good try. 2-on-2 scoreline. It's gonna be the 5th round.
Yeah, and KingPins really patient towards the start of the round. It's kind of unfortunate that 9 pulled out utility at the worst possible time. Maybe a misclick, but that's okay because this tells NKT that KingPins are more than willing to draw out the long game and play very patiently. At this point onwards, NKT will start holding their defaults and stop going for mid-aggressive pushes, which give KingPin a lot more map control. And at this point you can see that NKT also, they've only placed Vented towards B shot, so mid-aggression from KingPins is actually possible. But with them going towards B apps and running into the operator that 9 is holding, yeah, that's gonna be difficult to deal with. This op can be a menace, but Benzene deals with it instantly. Okay then, now that's a nice shot. I did not expect that, but NKT definitely have to readjust right now. And you can see the adjustment coming in form of this mid repositioning. QQ God on top of the smoke, able to still get 2. He's got backup from B shot as well, which will now be pulled away as Benzene drops out of the apps and gets the B side under his control. August making his way inside can still stop the bomb from being planted, but Revan plucks him off as he attempts the crossing on bench. Lovely coordination from KingPins. The timing in which they moved towards mid was impeccable because at that very moment, 9 had already called for the B-shot players to help them out towards apartments, and that's when KingPins decided to hit B-shot instead. Sure, QQ God was able to get a couple of kills, but that is all the problems that they had to deal with. The remaining NKT players were caught in positions from which they were not able to defend. And this is all because the push and pull dynamic that KingPins were using. I hope that they can continue using this, but this is a very different round because NKT have gone for a fast mid assault. Oh my
It is a heavy stack here. It's a deadly, devastating blow to KingPins here. Devastating. They've lost 2 players, and as a trade, they just found a sign. QQ God is gonna get another Deagle tap there onto Benzene. It's gonna crush his head. Bavi still is gonna be good for the first frag here. Can he make some more counts? Revan holding the up. Maybe holding the short angle here. Yes, he's gonna find Urkus here. 2 players still holding down to 1v2. 9 with an AK. Can he make this clutch? I barely think so. He's gonna push in. He's gonna look in towards the site or maybe around it. Is he gonna push in through smoke? The plant's not come in yet. Revan still trying to clear the corners. Are you gonna aggress? He's gonna find a player even through the smoke. Irrelevant of visibility being a factor there. He's just gonna get the frag. Revan behind van.
Oh, so close. So close. And KingPins, this was a crucial blow to their economy. QQ God with some crispy Deagle headshots just basically eliminated half their force towards top mid as well as towards apartments. And after that, it became so easy. Team NKT, they are able to swing the economic pendulum back in their favor. And luckily for KingPins, they were not on the worst economic situation yet, so they can still afford weapons. But if they lose yet another round, KingPins will be forced to eco. The same goes for Team NKT. Economy bad for both these teams, but 9 is not missing at all. Takes the first frag to the triple box and falls back to safety as well. It's kind of funny because the CT area has not been smoked off yet, so 9 still has an angle of approach, and he's continuing to kick ass. This could be a disaster if he doesn't get smoked off over here, but even the connector smokes are starting to fade away, so Bennett can come into action as well. It's just down to Revan, and this round falls flat on the face of KingPins.
Another quick round coming in for NKT. Even though it was a retake coming in, even I don't think so the bomb got planted. So not even a retake coming in. NKT just destroyed them instantly as they even tried to enter the site there. But a 4-on-3 coming in nonetheless. KingPins still don't have the lead once again. NKT, they have a really good buy. They have a really strong buy. Completely equipped with all the molotovs and smokes they need. On the other side, KingPins barely have anything, just a Deagle and a Glock 5 max to max. That's all they have. No util coming in for them. No vest as well. They don't have no money to do anything. Benzene is gonna have a smoke in front of him. He's gonna push it. Damage here. Zain is gonna spot Benzene. Just as Benzene thought he could surprise him, he's gonna get shut down. Fine with another smoke waiting towards Palace. Okay, a really beautiful swing coming in from within there. He did make the first shot down. Ben dead, slaughtering 2 players down mid. Is not gonna hold a second.
It's just down to Revan, hiding towards top mid, and he's getting surrounded from every direction. NKT turning up the heat, picking off aggressive fights every single where. And KingPins have basically nothing left to their name. If NKT keeps on playing this dynamically, then KingPins have just quite a lot. Keep in mind that there were several occasions where KingPins were able to win the fight towards mid, and because of that, they were able to bamboozle Team NKT and win 3 rounds in a row. But now that NKT is forcing mid again and again, KingPins are finding it very difficult. Especially without taking mid, and every time KingPins try to make a contact towards the A side, they have failed, and even towards the B side, they've found varying amounts of success. So these A main hits and B main hits will always be a 50-50 for KingPins. The only guarantee of success they would have over here would be if they continue forcing the fight towards mid, and they have managed to bamboozle NKT's timings on mid in the past. Maybe they can attempt the same again. For now, KingPins holding their defaults. I don't really blame them for doing so, because in the last round, given how aggressively NKT played, KingPins would be expecting such aggression once more. But what they don't know is that QQ is already sneaking up towards the underpass region, and Benzine's in a lot of trouble. He gets shot in the back. QQ gets away scot-free. In fact, hold on, he's not getting away. He's continuing to stay over there. QQ is forcing more fights towards the TV room.
He's going to completely ignore that there might be a whole team present in front of him. But even though, he's not going to push after that. The smoke was the maximum he was going to do. Cyclone still holding Palace once again with a Khalil, waiting for someone to maybe push, which I barely think is going to be happening here. Revan making his way towards A main. It's smoked off. He doesn't have the angle here. Lucas with a better positioning. The flash is not going to let him check it. Okay, Bentet finding a frag onto Revan. Finn with an instant trade off is going to take down Urkust here. Bentet is going to find another frag onto Finn there. 9 as well is going to make both the op shots count. Massive, massive, beautiful shots coming in from NKT. KingPins at the moment getting completely flustered with no answers whatsoever to the hell of defense that NKT is holding right now. KingPins can't find a chunk in their armor.
Yeah, forget chinks in the NKT armor. KingPins have some things to fix themselves. In the last few rounds, whenever they went towards the A side, they did not throw a smoke towards the CT side or the ticket booth at all, which gives 9 a free reign of terror over there. With his op, he can shut anybody down, especially when he's not smoked off. And not just the smoke towards CT, even the smoke towards stairs did not land in the proper spot. So with KingPins not being able to properly throw the util towards the A side, NKT are not being cut off from the action. And KingPins need to land their smokes properly. I mean, they did not even throw one towards the CT side in the last few rounds. And this time also, when they threw one towards jungle, it did not land on the proper spot. And the upper part of stairs was still open, which NKT exploited the hell out of. And now KingPins, once again, they are down in the economic trenches. Max loss bonus activated for them, so even though they will eco in this round, they can always buy in the next one. Not that big of a problem. The problem continues to be their lack of utility towards the A side. Which is kind of surprising, because the utility on mid has been fairly on point so far. So there's always some good parts and bad parts about that side of KingPins.
A executes are more default, so maybe they're trying to not go with all the default smokes, trying to find some players off guard to those positions, which I don't think is the best situation possible with NKT given the opponents.
Yeah, true. I mean, the one time KingPins went for a contact play without using any smokes, they were able to win one round. And I guess they've been trying to replicate the same again and again, but this time NKT will not fall for the same trick.
Exactly.
Remember that one round where...
It's not gonna work again.
Yeah. So 2 rounds that KingPins won were on the basis of mid timings, and the 3rd round they were able to win was on the basis of a contact play towards the A side. So they tried to replicate the same. I don't really blame them for doing so. They would want to try that again, especially since it's given them success in the past. But even NKT have now adjusted. You see, the last time that the contact play worked, NKT were playing mostly from stairs and towards jungle. Only one player was there towards the actual side. This time, they go for a fast hit once more. And Zayn has his eyes open. No flashes for him. At least their left is vented, so that's one less problem to worry about. And eventually, with the flow of numbers, KingPins will overwhelm the defenses on B side as well, and they will get the bomb down. But they've lost so much HP in the process of doing so. Bhavi and Benzine are basically up for grabs at virtually no resistance from NKT. But hey, once again, I'm proud that KingPins are at least able to get the bomb down in all the eco rounds. They've managed to do so on B now. They've managed to do so on A previously. So even in these eco rounds, they're getting something done. So at least their economy doesn't suffer massively.
But yeah, them getting the bomb every round, whenever they go forward with this sort of a push, they do get the job done. And that, I guess that's all they are trying to do as well. On the other side, it's going to be the 11th round. NKT with 7 rounds already on the board, and KingPins with 3 rounds here coming in. This, okay, it's going to be a match pause here. Okay, that's going to be a restart to the round once again coming in. We'll start the 11th round once again. Hopefully nobody disconnected there. Yeah, we have most of the players still in the game. It's gonna be the buy round coming in once again. Both the teams, okay, no, the terrorists don't have any money. It's gonna be mostly, no, they don't. They have enough money. They have enough money. 4 players still can go for the full buy. Maybe the 5th one goes with a half buy or something like that. On the side, for the cities, they have a really good scoreline coming in for them. So the economy is gonna be ironclad. They don't have a problem for that. 7-3 with just 4 more rounds left. KingPins need to step up their performance if they do plan on getting some more rounds in the first half, that is. Because on the other side, it's going to be them holding towards defense. That's going to be a comparatively difficult situation, given that it's going to be NKT's full team. The whole lineup pushing in onto them. And with just 2 to 3 players given on the side, it's going to be really difficult for them to counter that. They need to get some good rounds in the first half itself. Without that, it's gonna be difficult to win the first match. Oh, for them, the second match.
Yeah, for them this is the second match, right? Because KingPins have already gotten the first win by default. For those of you who are just tuning in, wondering what happened, NKT were facing some technical difficulties because of which they were not able to join in on time, and KingPins have been awarded Inferno as a win by default. Now this is map number 2, supposed to be the map pick of KingPins, but NKT still going strong on this one. And for those of you who are wondering where's Sense, he was unable to join, because of which QQ God has taken his place. Many of you might remember QQ God as the beast from Thailand, and this man is here to frag again. Oh my goodness, this is something straight out of Astrala's playbook. The triple nade stack towards Connector gets them an easy frag onto 9, and even Bented gets taken off by Bhavi. Early frags picked up by KingPins is amazing. This is such a rare opportunity for them. After the 3rd round, this is the first time they've been able to get the man advantage in such a decisive fashion. Let's see if they can capitalize on this or not. Because for now, Urkast is already pushed into Palace. If Urkast backstab them at the correct timing, then it will be nearly impossible for KingPins to recover.
Bhavi has pushed in. Oh no, even Bhavi's Palace. Urkast is gonna fight Bhavi completely unaware of Urkast's position. Palace is still in not under control yet. They still need to clear a lot of corners, and Palace wait on Urkast from pushing. It's gonna be Zayn getting completely shut down by Benzine. A trade-off coming in instantly from QQ. Gonna make it count. Benzine still has completely gotten shut down. He's Revan as well, holding the hard scope. He's waiting for the connector push to come in. With a good pop flash, but he's gonna peek in. Irrelevant of the pop flash. QQ it's not gonna wait for much longer. Down to a 2v2.
Yeah, but at least NKT are playing this together. They waited for Urkast to reposition alongside QQ God, and they both have defuse kits, so they don't need to worry. One of the players spotted towards CT, they just need to find the second guy, and that's gonna be Revan up close and personal. It's gonna be Cyclone going up against QQ God head to head. Urkast left with it all to do and very little time left. He won't be able to defuse the bomb in this time, and they have to relinquish this round. KingPins make it work. Lovely strats by KingPins in this round. A triple nade stack to its connector to get them the first frag. And without that player, Bentet also had no backup, so he also fell nearly instantly. Of course, Urka's backstab could have ruined things for the side of KingPins, but as soon as KingPins realized that, hey, we are getting backstabbed, there's no time, let's just go in for a contact play, they made it work again. Keep in mind that even this time, KingPins went in towards the A side without any smokes. They double peeked towards CT, got the kill on design, and then retook the man advantage in a significant fashion. Of course, it also gave them quite a lot of time when Urkas decided to regroup with his teammates towards connector, so they didn't have to worry about the balanced backstab anymore. And that gave Team KingPins enough time to get decent post-ban positions. And because of the double peek towards CT, even Zayn died, so they had control of Ticket Booth as well. And then Cyclone winning the 1v1 against Hyuguo, that is such a massive achievement. This is really going to boost up the morale and the confidence of Team KingPins.
That definitely is gonna help them here to 7-4 scoreline with just 3 more rounds or 4 more rounds left. KingPins still can get the lead back if they want. Maybe an execute coming in after a while. They might have decided on faking towards A and then not even rotating. That's not gonna be possible. The 2 players holding towards a mid. They're waiting for the push to come in. Or maybe for the flash and then a peek. That's not gonna work because they don't have a player at the moment. They just have a player holding towards a shot. Hook is still holding towards backside. Bhavi's gonna try to enter. Benzine finding the opening. Bentet has been shut down. Hook is still holding backside. Is waiting for someone to cross into his crosshair. QQ got Hook is finding a frag each. Benzine, Bhavi getting shut down. Revan with an instant trade is gonna take down Hookers there. 1v3. Ooh, not in the best possible situation. Cyclone, can he make it happen? Nope. It's gonna be a shutdown instantly coming in. Once again from NKT. 8-4. Down to the 13th round. KingPins, not in the best possible situation once again. On the other side, NKT has a deadly economy going in for them.
Yeah, NKT basically focused towards the mid fights more than the A fights as soon as the smokes landed. Keep in mind that this is KingPins using the default A smokes after at least 5 or 6 rounds. Up until now, they've been using contact plays. So as soon as those smokes landed, KingPins realized that, hey, we need to make this timing window work. Even though we lose our players towards the mid side, they head in, but they fall victim to not only Urkas, but also 9. And then QQ God is just basically making sure that their players coming in from mid will be buried right then and there. So KingPin's split approach towards the A side failed when they went for the default A smokes. Does that mean they're gonna hit the A side again with nothing but contact plays? I mean, they only have a couple of utilities in barely left. They throw in the default smokes regardless, but no mollies. That means that QQ God can still swing wider. Urcast also helps him out a little more. But at least KingPins have infiltrated the site, so they can go for the bomb plant if the CT players do not peek, and that's exactly the case. Revan somehow doesn't get burned by the molly and he's able to get the bomb down. That is the best possible situation that KingPins could have hoped for in this round. Easy retake from NKT, but at least KingPins are able to stabilize their money situation, so in the last few rounds, they won't be broke.
That's one plus side for KingPins at the moment, but other than economy, I don't think so there is much going in for them. 9-4 scoreline coming in, NKT really good momentum going in for them. And on the side, KingPins barely scraping off some rounds actor towards the terrorist side. This is gonna be a big trouble for them to counter towards the side change. But at the moment, we still have 2 more rounds remaining in the half. KingPins can still make it happen. It's a 7-9, still possible. Oh, 6-9 is still possible. And they do it. That's gonna be something we're gonna look out for. Cyclone F with the W key is not gonna wait up. Closer towards connector. QQ guard holding, waiting for someone to maybe push shot. Can he find someone? It's gonna be 3 players, now 4, holding right outside. QQ holding, waiting. This time he needs to the trigger discipline, and if he gets it. No, he's not gonna get it. Babu with the spam is gonna find a frag onto QQ gone there. 9 was waiting. Is gonna get a pick onto Cyclone. Unfortunately, that crowd wasn't the best situation there for him. Ooh, okay, that was not good.
Yeah, Finn trying desperately to refrag, ended up killing his own teammate, so that's definitely not the ideal situation for them. But now that Revan is in a 1v3, he's got bigger problems to worry about, and that one of them being a cast going unchecked.
I
Given the
don't think so.
situation
That peak would have been expected, even his position.
Yeah, there's no way that he would have expected a cast to be in that position. Regardless, at least KingPins tried something different in this round. They went for a heavy amount of mid aggression, something that they've only done in the first 3 rounds of the entire game and not tried it ever since. So when they tried it this time around, they did throw in the smokes towards connector and window, which would have been appropriate, but NKT disrespected the smokes and tried to fight through it regardless. And that worked out for them really well. Once again, 9. He's in prime position to shut people down, but QQ God is making things even more difficult. Even Vented chimes in. Ooh. Team NKT punishing KingPins in the most brutal fashion. Instantly boils it down to a 2v4.
Demolishing maybe the push they were intending on, but still with just 2 players surviving, KingPins they might go forward with a B push. There QQ God coming in from underpass with the beautiful sprays. Gonna find Benzine here. That's gonna be Zayn getting a frag onto Benzine. Last person standing, QQ God with the really easy swing coming in is gonna find the final pick onto Cyclone F. I know that it's an 11 for score line. And I guess you were right. You were right, Crips. We did see an 11 foot coming in from KingPins. And with the side being changed.
Yeah.
7 or 8, maybe. That's a big deal.
QQ God has always been successful towards underpass. Whether it's him striking in round 11 and catching the members of KingPins off guard, or whether it's the last round of the half where he's able to get both of them. I mean, he wasn't able to kill the first guy, but he damaged him enough so that Zayn could finish the job, and later on even killed the bomb carrier. So QQ God always going unchecked towards underpass was a massive win for Team NKT. Now that the sides have been switched, NKT are going in for a fast A hit. Smokes land, nobody from KingPins present on site, so this should be an easy enough plan for them. And there's no smoke towards CT as well. That means Team NKT are going for the same aggression that KingPins did towards CT, just reinforcing this region, and they spot multiple CTs over there, so they have no reason to fight right now, except on the back of a flash. The farm goes down, and they reinforce this area. Difficult retake for KingPins, but they're going to go for it nonetheless. The dual Berettas popping off, and Urkast and Zayn just shutting things down before KingPins even have a chance to gather up steam.
QQ God once again goes completely uncountered here. He's going to get some massive picks with that. And once again, it's going to be NKT getting a beautiful start of this round. This is not what they got in the first half as well. If they had, KingPins wouldn't have made it to the 4th round. But moving forward, this is going to be the 17th. A full buy coming in for the terrorists. Maybe that could prove useful to them, but I highly doubt that. On the other side, it's going to be just Refin buying an SSG. All the rest are going to be holding with just a Deagle. And one guy has his 5-7 there. A mid push coming in. They made their way towards B-shot already. Finn holding right behind the pillar. Is he going to be expected? Even though he wasn't, it's going to be Urkast finding him nonetheless. Zayn coming in from behind is going to get a beautiful 2k. Down to just 1v. Okay, 1v4 situation. Yes, Cyclones is standing, not in the best position. There was a player coming in from behind him as well. The jungle guy would have definitely killed him if he had somehow gotten the first frag in the first place. But no, even that didn't happen. A 13-4 score line. NKT destroying KingPins once again.
Yeah, even though KingPins lost this round, I have to appreciate the boost play that Benzine attempted over there. On the side of bench, he was able to get the first frag. Of course, he got traded away instantly, and that left the 2 remaining players towards bench to be kind of overshadowed. But at least they're trying new things. So KingPins, even in the face of adversity, trying to force innovation. Lovely flag, but instant refrags from the side of KingPins, and this is a deadly crossfire between them towards connector and shot. Unfortunately, the superior weaponry on NKT is just a little too big of a difficulty to deal with.
That was
NKT.
That was
that was really quick indeed, right? Almost every player of NKT went in hurtling down the mid corridors. KingPins had a decent crossfire over there, and that crossfire would have actually been very potent if they had decent weaponry.
Could have been, but definitely wasn't. That was a problem for KingPins. If only they had invested some more money, which I don't think so they had. But yeah, 14-4. KingPins down to 15th round. Maybe this could be their 15th round here. NKT, which Push might be planning on. 3 players holding towards B side here. 2 players towards mid. 1 player holding towards Palace. Pented once again finding a frag, finding an opening maybe. Up towards CT there. With A main push not coming in, I don't think so Revan's position is gonna be of much use. The best thing that he could do from here is find a pick onto Bented. Benzine holding. He has a molly, he's waiting. Just that he gets some queue of players pushing in. He's gonna use it, and yeah, he did use it. It's gonna delay the push for 5 seconds maybe. That's the best that can do. 3 players still holding, waiting. NKT still not deciding on executing yet. Still going slow. Leaves all the possible corners. 9 with a beautiful flash coming in from QQ God. There was a good peek there. Could have found someone, but no. CTs are as well content on bullets. Not gonna peek. QQ God. Peeked by Refin. Deadly op shot there. Benzine with a good corner and an angle there is gonna get a trade as well. Is gonna get a frag as well.
Well, there you have it, ladies and gentlemen. KingPins, finally having secured the man advantage, now are in a crucial position to shut this round down. Revan marking the Palace region, the rest of the members of NKT sneaking in towards the A side. What they don't know is that Urkas is dangerously close to CT. So he can be the prime member over here, but he's been instantly dealt with as Cyclone reveals his position. Puts Zion in an uncomfortable spot. He won't even be allowed to plant. And that is KingPins finally making a recovery. This is the first round that they've picked up in this half, and I really hope that they can continue this momentum. Unfortunately, NKT are just a bit too rich, so NKT can afford to purchase weapons again and again, and KingPins are gonna have to string these rounds together. Nice jump by Revan. Up towards B shot aggressively right off the bat. Flash unfortunately forces him back, but here's the thing, only Urkas is present towards the mid region. Nobody else from NKT is approaching this area. So Urkas is gonna have to hit late, and he's gonna be lurking for his team, while the rest of them are just gearing up outside of B for an imminent hit. Now, the only thing that's gonna matter over here is the timing at which NKT decide to hit them, because Urkas is pushing away the Opper and trying to buy more space, while at the same time, it's gonna be up to Bhavi to spot out the players towards the apartments region, and they're already jumping out. Benzine and Revan have a decent enough crossfire, but nobody's offering them fights in deep towards the site. Smokes now starting to fade away, and Benzine desperately hoping for dear life, just trying to buy some space for himself, but Zion will choke the life out of him. Finn gets the timing right. He stops Urkas from planting, and it's back to a 2v2. The balls he placed from Finn allowed KingPins a way back into this round, and now the bomb is dropped in no man's land. They can cover the bomb from any position over here. Oh, never mind. The moment I said it, the market area has been smoked off. So it's going to be up to Finn to make this play. But he continues to stay over there and walk straight into Zion. Very ballsy push from Cyclone once again, as these guys just simply do not respect the smokes. They walk out of it once again, and he doesn't know where 9 is. 9 is able to execute him. And that's map point.
That is gonna be a crazy map point coming in from NKT there. KingPins had a possibility, they had a chance, but the last it was just not a fair. Where even side lane position off pretty crazily there. He would have got the round, just not the best possible timing there to plant. But yeah, if only 9 was ready for the trade there. But even after that, he did make the round come in their favor, so it's not gonna really matter much for them. 15-5 coming in for NKT. Just like you said, it's gonna be the match point. A small timeout coming out for KingPins. I guess this is one of the right times. Okay, this is not a timeout coming in. Or this may be. Oh, this is a kind of timeout coming in for KingPins. Even though they do re-strategize, they re-execute, they maybe focus on what they're doing wrong in this map. I don't think so. This is gonna be the right time. But yeah, this is gonna be the last opportunity they're gonna get. So using that is the best they can do. 15-5 with a full buy for both the teams. Just Bhavi survived. MP9 there. I don't know why, but yeah, he has no money. That's
NKT gearing up for an A main hit once more. Some of the smokes have already been deployed, but nothing towards CT, nothing towards jungle, just one smoke towards stairs. This contact play from NKT will definitely work, but they need to be very careful about Cyclone being in that position. Revan, of course, gets the first crack towards the B side, but that's not the problem over here. The bigger problem over here is going to be Bented going down. The remaining players towards Tetris are going to have to rely on flashes to come out. So even 9 is able to successfully throw one for QQ God, but the crossing of the smokes is nearly impossible to cover. They have to somehow get into the side. There's a bomb being dropped in no man's land. They recover it finally, and Urkast's skill is able to get their way in. Urka still continuing to push in. This time he kills Benzene towards CT as well. The last two remaining CTs are both towards Connector, and they're being covered well. The bomb can go down easily. KingPins, while they are in prime position to go for this retake, NKT have such a deadly crossfire that they will basically never offer up the fight. As soon as Cyclone peeks up from stairs, he's going to be met with a nasty surprise. His opponent is using that smoke just to his advantage, and as soon as it fades away, he goes back to its firebox. KingPins don't have any utility to draw out the members from their hiding holes. The best they can do is cut off the crossfire by smoking off Pented, and even though they deal with Urkast, 9 is still available to provide backup. Urkast, prime position once again. He shuts down the last remaining member, and that is Team NKT winning map number 2.
NKT with a massive victory, getting the first match for the day. It's down to a 1-on-1 scoreline as far as the map score is concerned. We didn't see KingPins win the first match, but they did get the first match victory automatically. That makes this is gonna be the third match. We are gonna take a look at Vertigo after a while, but right now let's focus on the match that we just saw. NKT, just what we expected, a deadly scoreline coming in from them. On the other side, KingPins, they really tried their best, I guess. They could have performed better, no doubt about that, but they were trying. Many of those strategies and executions were working in for them, but when they came towards, no, in fact, the defense was the side where they did manage to get some rounds. Towards the terrorist side, they barely were able to get any rounds there. There was a small setback coming in for them. NKT obviously being the deadly team they are, even after that, they did manage to take 5 to 6 rounds from NKT in a really crazy fashion as well. The rounds that they got were amazing. Some really great rounds coming in for KingPins. On the other hand, NKT did overpower them in almost every other aspects, and they did win the match in the end.
Yeah, but that was expected, right? NKT clearly being the top dog over here and KingPins being the underdogs. I would have expected lesser from KingPins, but given the amount of variations that they displayed over here, I'm actually very proud of KingPins. In the first few rounds, they were able to not only draw out the rotations towards mid, but also then recapitalize on the timings when they hit the extremities of the map. So in that sense, in the first few rounds, I'm talking about round 1 to round 4, KingPins were able to win quite a lot of fights on mid and then use that momentum to somehow snowball into the sites and get those bomb plants down. Later on, they were able to win one round based off of a contact play towards the A site, and they tried to replicate that again and again, of course with not too much success. But later on, when they went for a full-blown execute towards the A site, they realized that their primary weakness was facing the guys towards jungle and connector. So once they were able to cut off that region, they deliberately left CT side empty in one more round, and they went in for a fight towards that side, especially when they were planting the bomb towards A, and it gave them their 4th round. Finally, they were able to get the penultimate round in the second half when they basically shut down NKT's execute right in its tracks. And what NKT were doing, the disrespecting of the smokes, pushing through it and getting frags when KingPins were unaware, KingPins tried something similar, and that's how they were able to acquire the 5th round in the second half. And that's how the cookie crumbled. 5 rounds acquired by KingPins, but that's not the thing I want to focus on over here. Even though NKT were able to win in a dominant fashion, I will still give KingPins a lot of credit for trying a lot of new things. Several contact plays, several executes, very good timing based plays towards the start of the game. And this variation that KingPins is bringing to the table, it made Team NKT stay on their feet. And that's the thing that you need to take away from here. Even though KingPins, they were never expected to win the game, what we did expect from them was that they will try new things and make sure that they give NKT a tough run for their money, and that's exactly what's happened over here. A lot of new variations tried by KingPins, some of them successful, some of them not, but I'm happy that they at least tried those so that they can then figure out what works for them, what doesn't, and build off of that.
Definitely, Kingpins. They try a lot. Just like you said, 5 rounds coming in against NKT is a really huge thing coming in for Kingpins, and that's just the first match. Maybe they have learned many things from NKT. They've understood how NKT works and functions. Maybe they will be able to exploit them in the matches. We'll see. They've won the first map. They have many opportunities, at least two more opportunities left there where they can use all these strategies and maybe work. But in this match, we did see some problematic executes coming in towards A. Just like you said, the mid executes were really deadly coming in. The 3 nade stack push towards connector was absolutely massive.
Yeah, that
Even
one.
that helped them win a really good round. But then again, towards A side, just as I was saying, the smokes towards CT and jungle were just not like coordinated at times, or they didn't come in. And yeah, they might just be them going in for a surprise push or something like that, but they should have been more careful. On the other side, when we did see NKT pushing in, each and every round they used all their smokes. Whatever was available to them, they used it. They smoked off the jungle, they smoked off stairs, they smoked off CT. They at least covered these 3 angles. If they didn't have any more utility, they focused on at least getting those 3 things in. And I guess if Kingpins might have focused on doing that as well, they could have gotten some more rounds towards the A side, maybe gotten a better score line at the end.
Even NKT, while they were putting their smokes down properly, there was this one round I remember. I believe it was the 13th or the 14th round that they were able to get on board. I'm not sure exactly which one, but in one of those rounds, even NKT tried something similar where they only smoke off jungle and stairs, they leave CT open, and they force fights towards CT. We even saw something similar in the pistol round going into the second half, and NKT tried something similar. So, of course, when NKT does it, they're able to make it work really well because they've got this under the bag. When Kingpins tried it, it had some varying degrees of success. The first time they tried it on the A side, the contact play worked. Second time they tried it, not so much. And they tried doing it a few more times before realizing, hey, guys, we need to change things up. And that's when they started to go for the full execute-based smokes. Of course, even then there were some problems, but at least Kingpins were trying all this new stuff, trying different variations of the same attack, and that kept Team NKT a little surprised. Most of these rounds even boiled down to 1v1s and 2v2s, so I would say that even though the scoreline is 16-5, and that's a big difference in the scores, some of these rounds came down to the wire. And a lot of times NKT had to rely on super aggro hero plays, which got them the rounds because Kingpins were not aware about those. The reference I'm making over here is the pushes from QQ God towards underpass. Every time he pushed underpass, QQ God was able to get kills. And keep in mind that QQ God is only a sub for Team NKT. He was supposed to not play today at all. Senzu was supposed to play, but Senz, facing some technical difficulties, was, it's out of his hand, right? So QQ God was brought in. And consider the history of QQ God. This man hails from Thailand, while the rest of the team is from players like from places like Mongolia, China, and even Korea. Bentet is from China. You have Zain from Korea. The 3 remaining players on the team are supposed to be from Mongolia. QQ God, it's been a while since he's competed. The last proper tournament he played was in January and February this year. And ever since then, he's been on like a semi-hiatus of sorts. So this is him coming back after a long time. So naturally, the amount of practice he would have gotten in is not as much as the remaining members of the NKT would have gotten. So with him being the loose cannon, with him being the wild bull, Team Kingpins need to be extra careful because while the rest of Team NKT plays in a more cohesive fashion, QQ God will still make some YOLO plays which can catch Kingpins off guard.
Yeah, maybe the language barrier might be a problem, but still we didn't see any problem in the synergy for NKT. All the 5 players were pretty coordinated and all the pushes, executes, even their setups were more or less flawless coming in from them. So QQ God, no doubt, is using that position, using the situation in his team pretty nicely, and he's doing good with it. That being said, we have the scorecard with us. Can we have that on the screen? And let's take a look at that as well.
Yep, scorecard coming up really soon. I'm expecting a lot of kills from players like Revan. Oh, even Benzine has stepped up quite a lot. 15 frags for this man. Of course, neither of these players are towards the positive side of KD, but that was to be expected. It also tells you that the 5 rounds that Kingpins were able to win were not on the basis of simply fragging, but also on the basis of bamboozling Team NKT. Unfortunately, they ran out of tricks, and NKT were able to see through the facade in the remaining few follow-up rounds, which gave them a dominant 16-5 win.
But even after them trying those different strategies, they did work for them. So that's a good thing. And yeah, as far as the kills are concerned, just like you said, we were expecting NKT to have the positive KDs there, and Kingpins getting just 5 rounds will not have a positive KD on the other side. But yeah, I am surprised that Bhavi didn't get to even double digits in this round, and same goes for Finn as well. I would have wanted them to get some more rounds, and maybe that may just be the reason that Kingpins didn't get as much rounds as they would have wanted to. But either way, Benzine and Revan did step up their game today. 15 kills for Benzine there, Revan with 11. On the other side, we did see NKT's top 2 fraggers getting more than 20 kills there, so that was also more or less to be expected.
Well, there you have it, ladies and gentlemen. This was map number 2. For those of you who are just tuning in, let me give you a rundown of what happened in map number 1. NKT were facing some technical difficulties, because of which the map win of Inferno was awarded to Kingpins by default. We did not get to see Inferno being played out, but Kingpins were awarded that win, and that's why now the scores are tied at 1-1. Up next, we have Vertigo, a map which we haven't seen in the Skyesports Championship 4.0 so far, so this will be our first Vertigo game of the tournament, and I'm really excited to see it.
Yeah, that definitely was a really, really deadly game, and the matches coming in are also going to be really fun to watch. There's going to be the third match, Vertigo. Nonetheless, it's going to be something really crazy. But with that, we will be right back after a really short break. But before that, let me guys remind you that our official fantasy partner Fanclash is having some really, really sweet deals and some really sweet cash rewards as well. And one big bonus for you is to get the first entry. So all you have to do is go down to the description below, download Fanclash, and maybe make a team and earn some money. This is gonna be a really, really crazy fun matchup, and do make your teams, use all the best players you have from both the teams, and make you win, and may your skills and your knowledge be of some use to you.
Yeah, Fanclash not only gives you a chance to win a lot of crazy prizes, but also gives you a chance to meet all your favorite esports personalities. I mean, their tagline basically says that while the pros will play, the fans will be the ones who win. And I think that really encapsulates the whole vibe of this app. And it gives you a lot of opportunities to not only earn rewards, but like I said, make one with the people that you so adorably admire. Let me just give you a quick rundown of how this app really works and a few tips that you can use to your advantage. So whenever you make a team on Fanclash, you are supposed to pick 5 players who you think will perform the most in the most dominant fashion today, and the more players you pick who perform well today, the higher chance you have of earning points. Now I'm just going to highlight the point scoring system of how this works, right? And what things you should consider while picking up these players. So every kill that you get earns you 1.5 points, and each assist gives you 1 point. Every flash assist gives you 0.5 points. And also there's a captain system in play. So if you pick the captain of the team and that guy ends up picking up a lot of kills, you will get bonus points. So make sure that you pick your captain wisely. Speaking of captains, let's take a look at who was the MVP of this game.
Got the MVP of the game. It's surprisingly QQ got the substitution for the day. Is gonna make it count. He is gonna be the best player for the first match here with a 47% headshot ratio coming in, 21 frags just as we saw. KAST is gonna be 85. Rating is gonna be 1.42. Kill per round is gonna be almost 1 there. But that was a really good performance coming in from QQ God, given the fact that, yeah, he was a substitution for a sense there, and even after that, he really didn't hold in from performing and showing his team that even he is a really damn good player here.
Yeah, QQ God. I mean, for those of you who don't know, QQ God used to be a beast when he was playing for all the Thai teams, and he would be such a dominant force in the server that people would literally be scared of him and would run away in the other direction whenever they saw him. If you notice the logo on his jersey, it's the logo of Team Beyond Esports. This is the last team that he was playing for. Of course, he tried a little bit Team LZ also after that, but since 2002, he's been not playing very actively. He's not participated in as many tournaments as he did in the past. And that's why when I heard the news that QQ God is back in action today, I first had to confirm, wait, is it the same QQ God who used to make every team fear? Is it the same QQ God who used to keep the Thai flag flying high? Yes, it is that guy. And because he's been brought in as a substitute, there's no real proof that he's going to be sticking to the team plan as desired. Instead, he's going to be the wild bull. He's going to be the wild card who runs around, gets all the kills, and it's no surprise that he got the MVP in this game, because this man was fragging everywhere.
Definitely frags left and right, but frags kept aside, let's take a look at the utils being used here by from the round summary we have in front of us. 124 smokes being used, 35 Molotovs, 161 flashes, just some side info for you guys there who you really want the knowledge there. 142 kills, 37 assists, 146 deaths coming in, 8 bombs were planted, 4 bombs were defused. That's some nerdy geek stuff for all the peoples who are into such details. But yeah, that was all the information for the first match, or the second in this case. But with that, we have the time for a little small break. So we will be taking a small break from AMD Presents Skyesports Championship 4.2. Gaming partner Logitech and fantasy partner is going to be Fanclash. Do download the app down in the description below, and we will see you after a small break with the third map of the day in Vertigo. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, once again to AMD presents Skyesports, its Championship 4.0. Gaming partner Logitech and official fantasy partner is going to be Fanclash. With that, we are back with the phenomenal matchup between Team NKT versus Team KingPins, where we've already just seen one match go in the favor of NKT, but still we have seen that KingPins have managed to win one round due to a small technical difficulties towards the NKT team's error. But yeah, it's a one-on-one scoreline. This is gonna be the third match coming in on the map of Vertigo. With me, it's gonna be Crips. Let's start off the match, and it's gonna be Vertigo. What are your thoughts about it?
I'm really excited to see Vertigo because, let's be honest, we haven't really seen it so far in the tournament. Skyesports Championship 4.0 has given us a lot of amazing moments, but none of them have been on level 51. That was, of course, an Area 51 joke for those of you who understand. But now that we are heading into Vertigo, levels 51 and 52 are gonna be finally open for fragging. Up until now, we haven't really seen Vertigo, and it's amazing that we finally get to see it in the grand finals, which is a great opening for it's a great opening statement to be made on behalf of this level. Now, I honestly don't know which team is going to come out on top over here, because this map has never been played in the tournament before. KingPins can actually surprise Team NKT over here. Although, let's be honest, Team NKT, given the way they were able to not only work around the several curveballs that KingPins were throwing, but also making plays of their own, NKT obviously have the upper hand going into this map. Let's take a look at the stats so far of all the players. Revan and Cyclone currently leading the charge by example for Team KingPins with 193 and 175 kills respectively. Of course, the headshot percentage on Cyclone is quite impressive. 40% is not something I would have seen coming, and I hope he can keep this up.
A really good stats coming in for them. Revan here, just as you said, with just 193. Cyclone 175. Urkust with just 174 here. And Bentet is gonna be the man with maximum frags coming in. But this was just the players to watch. We're gonna take a look at the head-to-head as well, which is gonna be once again Cyclone F versus Urkust here. That's a different head-to-head than what we saw before, which was completely between different players. Then again, this is just the players who played in the last match. Cyclone is gonna get 175 kills for him. Urkust with just 1 kill less is gonna be just behind him with 174 kills coming in for them. But a really, really good situation though. Really good situation. No doubt, I would have expected NKT to have a better head-to-head there, but it is KingPins coming in with that third match in a while. We'll just get into it. But without any further ado, let me once again inform you guys that we have a fantasy partner, which is Fanclash. So if you have not already downloaded the app, do feel free to go down in the description below, download the Fanclash app from there, register, and play the first match for free, which is a bonus for all of you who's gonna be entering and signing up right now. And on to you, Chris.
Yeah, let me just quickly explain to you a little bit about how the scoring system in Fanclash works. So, you have to pick 5 players of your choice. Every kill earns you 1.5 points. Every assist gets you 1 point, and every flash assist gets you 0.5 points. Now, the players who also do a lot of damage will earn a 0.1 multiplier, and if your team is able to win by a massive score margin, then the rounds which are not played out add up to the tally as well. So, in case over here NKT wins by a 16-3 scoreline, and if you have picked up a lot of NKT players, they will get a massive bonus. That being said, ladies and gentlemen, let's kick off Vertigo. It's KingPin starting on the CT side and NKT on the T side. And right off the bat, we can see a really well spread out default from the members of NKT, as they are not only trying to poke and prod towards the B side of things, but also taking mid control quite well. NKT, on the other hand, after they made contact towards mid, they haven't really gone out either towards A ramps or towards the B stairs as well. They're just still holding the lower levels. Meanwhile, KingPins, they are tempted to peek and maybe play a little more aggressively, but so far, no moves have been made.
Science still waiting. Okay, everyone in both the teams is just waiting for someone to push in. Revan holding outside mid, maybe waiting for someone to push in front of him. I don't think so that's gonna be happening. Still waiting. Everyone is holding the default position. Even NKT is not aggressing without any information there. Holding the playing the default executes. Maybe waiting for the timer to maybe run down to 30, then execute the push. It's gonna be Urkush already pushing into its A. Rams there. Needs to clear
Hold
the
on, though.
backsides. Okay.
Keep in mind that Urkas and 9 are the ones who have utility. So with both of them moving up ramps, they're gonna throw off these smokes. One of them landing right outside of double. In fact, even a molly being thrown in that position to clear out any of the stranglers over there. And this should give them an easy opportunity to plant. KingPins have no response. Oh, the response is present, and that comes in the form of a shrapnel nade. This is a very good one. Lands directly underneath Urkas's feet, but Urkas has already planted the bomb before he fell down. So this is situation is mitigated to some extent. Oh, a little bit of a struggle for the CTs over here as Fredhead and Zain sign up the kill feed with their name, lighting it up. And that's NKT winning the first round effortlessly.
We have Senzu back again with us, by the way. We don't
Oh, yeah,
have
that
God now. We're back to the original NKT team once again, and this would be a big problem for KingPins. Bigger than QQ God was, and yeah, that's the thing. That's really a thing. Revan here was just good for one frag in the first round, but that was all he could do. Just one exit frag maybe. But moving forward with the second round, it's going to be a full buy, almost a half buy coming in for the T's. CTs are not going to go forward with anything. They're not going to invest even $1 in it. That's a good situation for them. I don't think they have enough money to do that either. Bented holding, trying to maybe enter the pit. Okay, Circus already made his way to the side. Can he get the side? He needs to clear a lot of corners. He has an SMG. He has good positioning. He's gonna find Cyclone, who's ready to take him off. But two players still holding the ball. He's gonna clear. Pillar here is gonna find a frag. Because another big. Okay, he found a frag with the molly there. Benzene getting completely burned down to ashes. Oof. Not a good position.
I mean, I would rather have him burn down to the molly than go down to the SMG. So that way NKT gets a little less cash. The molly still gives you $300, but if you die to the SMGs, you award $600 to the man wielding the weapons. So I don't really blame him. Plus, KingPins had no investment whatsoever, not even a single flash purchase. So that means they can afford all the good stuff in this round, and that includes the M4s and the FAMASs. Aggro positioning towards mid once again as NKT are taking things slowly. Cyclone F hasn't really spotted anyone towards the bottom of B stairs, so this should give them a clear indication that KingPins are once again heading towards an A push, and with them lining up the mollies and the smokes which will land directly towards the B default boxes, it might be a fake which KingPins will fall for. These mollies, whenever they go down towards the B side, it will draw out the rotations. Will KingPins actually fall for it? I mean, there's still two players positioned right outside of B. Meanwhile, the hit towards A has already commenced. Finn holding sidewalk. He's going to be responsible for shutting down scaffolding. A flash comes in from his teammate, but Finn is not able to find anyone on the back of it, so he has to retreat.
Good volley there. He's not going to find any damage, though. He's going to completely push his teammate out of that position. Bendex trying to go up ramps, get towards the side. They need to cut a lot of control. Revan, good angle, he has enough elevation. First player, Senzu completely getting shut down. NKT gotten the bomb down. That's one problem less for them. Pavi's gonna find a pick with his molly. Zain still in the game. Is gonna get a trade off. Is gonna get a frag on to Zain. Alone down to 3v4. Zone there, Benzene and Finn getting completely shut down out of the open 9 with a really good crossfire setup with Bented. Okay, Revan has no option. It's gonna be Bented swinging out. He's gonna find a frag.
Yeah.
And a 3-0 scoreline. KingPins in this match, I don't think so they're gonna even get the first round either. NKT maybe off to a clean start.
Yeah, and you pointed it out well. the crossfires between the members of Team NKT, especially Nine and Bentet, really strong. Even though Bentet is holding a power position from which it will be difficult to get him out, KingPins, they need to find a way to somehow get in there. At least one thing that's been working for KingPins so far is that they always kill the planter. In the pistol round, they were able to do so with a nade. This time, they burned the planter alive. But in both those situations, the plant was indeed successful. Massive nade stack towards sandbags, but that's not what gets them the kills. It's the actual guns. And NKT, having acquired the first few frags, are now gonna hightail their way towards the A side where Revan is holding the double box. Of course, he's gonna be eradicated by 9, and there's nothing that KingPins can do to stop the plant from happening. This time, they don't even have the utilities that they were using, so they can't afford to do some free damage either.
1v5, okay. This could be the flawless round NKT wasn't looking for, but either way, they're gonna find one. KingPins with a full eco, Bhavi holding with the deagle and a smoke as well. Gonna be of much use once again. Someone gonna push in. Can Bhavi make the exit frag count there? No time for diffuse, obviously. Might just save. Sign. We're gonna let Bhavi save. Bhavi save. Yes, I'm not at all closing in on to Bhavi's position right now. Gonna win. Okay, NKT is gonna win the round. KingPins is saving a deagle there. This is gonna be a buy coming in for them, and this should be the first round at least for them to get an opening, get a presence in the game, get a standing in the game. KingPins was a 0-4 scoreline. NKT completely.
I have to point out one thing though. KingPins up until now had only been playing from heaven or the elevator room, especially when it comes to defending the A side. They haven't taken aggro position towards either sandbags or towards scaffolding. Forget that, they haven't even tried to fight ramp yet. So when KingPins start doing that, then maybe they will be able to give Team NKT a good run for their money. But so far, KingPins have shown no such aggression towards the A side. Even Finn playing towards scaffolding is not able to see anybody. Maybe he can catch one off guard and he gets the kill onto Senzu. Really nice. But unfortunately, Bentet is getting all the kills towards the B side. So regardless of the efforts of Team KingPins towards A and Senzu's kill, it's not gonna be easy for them to hold on to the B side. The op has been committed. The Revan is able to get 2 towards the B side, and that's amazing. But again, it doesn't get them the bomb. They don't know where Team NKT is headed for real.
Revan holding back on the push, maybe sign me. He's gonna try to make his way towards A here. Slowly without giving any sound. 9 already has the control. He's cleared most of the corners. Then holding back side. It's not gonna be there. It's gonna get shot down instantly. Bhavi coming in for a trade. It's gonna find 9 down to 1v2. It all comes down to Zain with an AK versus an M4 and an AWP. Can he make it count? Needs to get the bomb down. Then needs to play an after plant situation as well. Onto the side, both of them have a diffuser kit. And Zain is going to completely rotate in the meanwhile towards B side. He's already made his way towards the B side, and KingPins aren't even aware of the situation. This has been a really good situation for NKT. Maybe Zain positions him in an off-guard position. Maybe they don't check him. This just could be the round he's trying to look for. He can make this a clutch. Can he counter them? Really good position. Still Shiki's not gonna be able to find anything.
Yeah, but at least he played in an aggro position rather than going back towards stairs and hoping that the post round will work in his favor. Of course, this is the position where he has to be wary about being swung from both the left and the right side. But given that aggro positioning, he would have been in a great spot to shut down the members of KingPins because they knew, he knew that one of them was opping. So as long as he can kill the guy who's rifling, the opper would have been very easy to deal with because landing a no-scope in that close range can be difficult. So he played aggro towards coolers and he was hoping that he gets offered the frags 1v1. Unfortunately, he got 9 in once again. Oh, but look at this though. Kingpin finally playing aggressively towards ramp. Revan gets a kill, falls back to safety as well, and this is something NKT would not have expected. In the 5 rounds we've seen so far, KingPins has never attempted an aggro ramp push. Sure, they've seen Finn towards scaffolding before, but they've never seen Reven play aggro towards ramps, and that's what catches 9 off guard. How do NKT respond to this?
Ooh, Senzu, how did you manage to do that? Finn had the better position, he had the angle, he had everything going on for him, but no.
There's a tiny gap in scaffolding that Sen's spotted, and that's how he was able to get that double frag. Plus,
But
Sen's
that
wasn't
was
the only
something
person shooting at him.
He was using. Finn was using that little small chunk there in the position, but counter came in so quick. The flick was quick as well. Senzu didn't take enough time there. He just instantly flicked and found the frag. Senzu trying to clear side maybe. Can he find someone? I don't think so. Anyone might be holding there. If a CD is holding close towards, he's gonna be holding back side and towards the A on the other side. Still trying to make their way. Is the bomb dropped? No, the bomb is trying to enter.
No, okay, so hold on now. Cyclone just managed to get the kill on design, and because of this, he's revealed his position towards the connector. That means the A site is completely clear, and Bender can go ahead and plant without any difficulties. Up until now, NKT had been struggling to clear out the double box position, and they've always used up their util towards sandbags right in the start, so they had to force fights towards double. And now that they've figured out the positions of the last two players, Bender has absolutely no trouble just dispatching them back to the spawn next round. Amazing stuff by Team NKT. And this is them being very cautious, you know, because NKT had already gotten the kills. We saw that nice scaffolding one from Sense. They acquired the man advantage right at the start. And they also got the kill onto Reven, who was the danger man. He was the one who was opping in the previous round. So with them having gotten all the kills towards the A side, all they needed to do was push in. But still, instead of doing that, they sent Zion on a lurk, had him come in from mid, and even though Zion died later on, he at least managed to figure out the positions of both the KingPins players. So that worked for them really well. NKT, even with man advantage, were playing cautiously. This time, once again, Reven tries to go for an aggro, instantly gets demolished. Benzene also can't follow up towards sidewalk, and that's control being relinquished to NKT. The flash is perfect. Finn is able to get the kill onto 9, but Sense instantly trades it back. So all this effort got them only one frag.
Down to 1v4, Cyclone just SMG. Is someone gonna push him? No, nobody's pushing him. Cyclone just gets an exit frag. That's the best case scenario here. They haven't even gotten the plant in yet. NKT is as well playing chill and breezy.
Yeah. And I like this from NKT. They're respecting their opponents. They know for a fact that KingPins cannot be predictable in this map, and they can do a lot of wild stuff. So they're checking every corner, making sure that they take their sweet time to clear out the common spots. And this is crucial for them because you saw how in round number 4, the members of Team NKT pushed in all the way deep towards A side and even went in towards Elevator, where they were able to get the kill onto Cyclone. But they did not know that Bhavi was hiding towards double box, and they ended up losing Bented in the process. So because in that round Bhavi opted to bait his teammate, now NKT assumed that that's going to happen in every single round, and that's going to make Team NKT very cautious. Unfortunately, because NKT is playing so cautiously, KingPins have no opportunity to punish any mistakes because NKT aren't making any mistakes.
And that's what exactly KingPins are trying to find. Maybe find the mistakes and exploit them. But yeah, just like you
there
said,
are no
they're not
mistakes, so,
making
yeah.
any. That's the hold up for KingPins. Maybe. But yeah, moving forward with the 8th round coming in. KingPins still haven't gotten the 2nd round yet. Can they test with A ramp maybe? 9 holding bridge with an op. He needs to clear side. Needs to clear scaffolding. He hasn't cleared all these angles. Urkus maybe helping him. Senzu as well is going to go a bit aggressive towards ramp. Bhavi holding backside.
Oh, instant smoke out. That means they know Bhavi's position now. There's no other reason why it would be smoked off. So,
but still,
sure, he can save himself from the mollies.
Ooh, he's still not.
Even if he
no,
pulls it off,
he's
it
not
will be too
revealed.
late.
They have no clue. Benzene. Oh, wow, he just won. But still decent enough trade-off coming in for him. Down to 3v3, Bennett down to just 9 HP standing. Oh, 15 HP standing. Benzine trying to spam down. He's got to get 2 frags. Ooh, the spam massively rewarding. Down to 1v3. Zayn with an AK. Where exactly are you, my brother? He's already made his way towards the bomb. Can he come out? Can he get the plant in towards A, where already 3 CTs are stacking? No, 2 CTs are stacking. Cyclone waiting for him to push.
Oh, sidewalk would be good. If he comes in from sidewalk, he can actually isolate Benzine and there will be no trade potential available. Reven is still holding Heaven and Cyclone is holding Elevator. So if he can get the kill onto Benzine, he will be able to isolate at least that one single frag. But yeah, planting is going to be really difficult.
Ready.
I don't think he even wants to go for the plant. At this point, it's just better off for him to go ahead and kill everyone. And he's more than capable of doing so. Multiple util thrown towards Benzine. Somehow gets in. And he's being offered the fights, but Cyclone sprays him down by a wide swing.
Wide swing is going to definitely punish him. But he did get 1 frag, to be fair. He did get 1 exit frag there. Oh, sorry, it was getting the exit frag there. Look, is really good. Big frag coming in. Some parts of Bentet getting rendered, and Benzine was too quick to even counter him with just 1 to 2 bullets. Anyways, he was low. Already made way pushing towards Rams. Maybe Sensor still needs a clear side there. Scaffolding is not open yet for him. Work is making a already moved up towards the stairs, trying to clear some more corners. Spotted Reven. He has an op, not in the best possible position. Reven finding a frag. Irrelevant of Bentet pushing him. He's gonna get the first one. Completely unaware of Bentet. He's gonna. Okay, that was an easy crisp one tap coming in for him.
It's funny how Bentet can even get into that position. And once again, he's got so many people off guard. Even Benzine goes down without even looking at his assailant. Zayn throws a flash for Bentet, which prompts him to play more aggro, but Finn finally deals with the aggression, and Bhavi respects the crossfire that he's maintained along with his teammate. Good recovery by KingPins. This time NKT tried a 2-prong approach. They were sending Senzu up towards A ramp while the rest of them geared up for a B hit. And while Bentet did show us some very funny, cheeky kills, it unfortunately wasn't enough.
Definitely, even after that, will be coming out of that round victorious there. A 3-6 score line. Kingpins are gonna take the time out there. Still have 3 remaining. Okay, why not use it right now? Down by 3 rounds. This could be the right time where they do turn the tide of the game, change pace a little bit, get the lead from NKT. Maybe.
NKT, solid economy, solid lead. Kingpins, the one time that NKT were going for a split approach, Kingpins were able to punish that. Let's just hope that Kingpins are able to find these opportunities yet again. Reven is back with the op, so that's one crucial deterrent that NKT will have to be worried about. So far, Reven has been quite dynamic with his op, sometimes playing aggro towards ramp, sometimes holding back towards A heaven, and it's this versatility that keeps NKT at bay. For now, NKT once again spreading out to their defaults, not showing too much presence towards A, but at the same time they're knocking on the doors of B, and this might be a very fast one from them. They've already taken control of stairs. They just want to figure out where the opper is so that they can head away from that direction.
See, NKT right now are playing so slow. They're waiting for that one entry frag. Wherever they do find it, they just execute on both the sides. It's irrelevant if they do get a pick on the side or not. They're just gonna push in wherever they do get a flag. Cyclone was good enough for some util there, but it was that Bentet aggressing it, completely not respecting the fact that there are 3 players holding back side. He's gonna get all 3 of them, sweep down completely. Finn was good enough for the trade. There is going to take down Bentet. Ukus, is he going to push as well? Finn,
No.
okay. Senzu burning down, jumping like that. Ooh, what a struggle, man. What a struggle.
Yeah, but KingPins can't do much. Bentet was single-handedly mowing them down. Even though he was strapped towards scooters, there was absolutely no way that Bentet should have been able to get away with the third frag. Senzu, of course, extends and burns alive in a pyre, but his sacrifice gives his team the round. KingPins are forced to save. And this cannot be good for them because KingPins were already struggling with their money.
The bomb getting completely blown. The 7-3 scoreline, KingPins unfortunately unable to get this round from NKT. That's going to be the 11th round. As far as the economy is concerned, I guess CTs don't have a decent enough vibe. The stage, well, that's the max they can go for. But on the other side, just look at this instant replay. Bentet completely demolishing KingPins there. 3 players just in a blink of an eye. Got all the 3 frags instantly. Not gonna be afraid of anyone. That fearless performance coming in from this guy.
And this is the wildcard plays from NKT that I was worried about. This time Finn playing aggressively towards ramp, doesn't spot anyone, even Revan is positioned accordingly. But after this area has been smoked off, they realize that KingPins will be in a lot of trouble, especially with the B assault in full swing. Benzine's able to get at least one frag before he finally goes down. But unfortunately, Bhavi can't really help him out. Trapped towards the double box, he's not able to do much. Revan is able to at least get the kill on design while coming from mid-late. So that's going to be one weapon reacquired. But what can one AK do? The best that Revan can do in the situation is just go for the save and hope that he doesn't get hunted. And it's these split pushes from NKT that are always working. Whether it's them having already acquired control of B or whether they're still hanging out towards the bottom of stairs, they will always send one player towards the mid region, and that's going to be such a big problem for KingPins because it not only keeps them in a position where they have to take control of mid every round, but it also makes it so difficult for KingPins to rotate in time. And that's exactly why you saw Benzine and Bhavi, even though they called out that, hey guys, it's a B rush fast, there were no rotations in time. Simply because KingPins have to spend that much utility and that much time to clear out mid and make sure that the rotation paths are safe. Otherwise, Zain will always shut them down in the middle of that rotate. And Zain also is this really annoying player to deal with because he's gonna hear you and on the basis of the sound cues, he will peek you when you're not looking in his direction. That's how much patience he has. And it's that kind of a lurk play that you have to be really careful about.
Aggressive stance coming in from NKT here. Bentet has already made his way down towards bit. Oh, he needs to enter the A side now, needs to establish some control. Three players holding that towards the A side there. Or towards the B side there. Can he get the entrance? One player holding behind pillar. The Molly might push him back. I don't think so that's gonna happen. 9 clearing side, but he has no clue where Finn is. Sneaky cheeky angle by Finn. Can he get the trade? No! He's not gonna get the frag. It's gonna be 9 instant. Instead, getting the frag onto Finn. Sight. He's gonna get shut down as well.
Yeah, and even though Finn was playing aggressively, Revan was not able to help him out because he got smoked off from the angle. Oh, he doesn't even get to make it back with the Zob. Zain is just tapping everybody away. Like I said, Zain always coming from mid, always making sure that KingPins are not able to rotate in time. So even though there was a triple stack from the KingPins on the B side this time around, there was basically no backup available. Especially when most of the places like the first pillar and quad get mollied off, KingPins have to reveal themselves and pick up the fights. And when they do so, there's at least 2 or 3 members of NKT staring down at them with the barrels of their AKs pointed at their heads. That's just so difficult to deal with. Add to that the pressure of Zain lurking around, and you've got yourself a nearly unstoppable aggression towards the B side. At least KingPins tried to play aggro this time around. The stack, will it work out? I think the sound cue was given away, and now NKT will be wary about this one, but nobody from NKT is close enough to hear it, so that's one positive thing. At least this stack hasn't been discovered, but unfortunately it will not hold any value in this round because the A site hit is imminent. And there's only one gun in the hands of Benzine that can actually stop it, and he's not in position to do anything about it. smoked off from the action. Finn still trying to make some moves, hoping that his stack towards double box will actually go unchecked and he can maybe get one kill. But all this mollies being thrown in his direction will basically render him useless, and he's going to be forced to give up this area. NKT can plant without any problems.
Players, Ben going down as well. Urk is finishing off one more frag for himself. Down to 5-8-2. Once again, can we see a flawless coming in? Cyclone pushing in with the Deagle. 2 players right in front of him. Waiters, nope. It's gonna be Urklist shutting him down with a crispy one tap. Trying to find the last player who's trying to save. Who is it gonna be? It's gonna be Bowie. He has an M4. He's not gonna push. And he's definitely saving this round. A 10-3 scoreline coming in. The A push was completely not unexpected, but yeah, there was nothing they could have done. Bowie getting shut down just as the bomb got exploded. The timer ran off. I don't think so he's gonna get much money out of that. Zayn as well. Okay, on the side, they have all the money they need. There is more or less all the money they could have asked for. KingPins losing another round, which they could have. No, they could have. Fair, they didn't have a buy. Bowie should have saved though. That didn't happen. So some more economy being lost for them. Util on the other side is going to be good for CT. They did save after all. A full buy coming in. Are they going to rush or aggress a bit towards any side? Cyclone, I guess they plan on doing that. It's going to get shut down. Revan as well, and Shelly getting a pick onto KingPins.
Yeah, KingPins really fast ran from them this time around as they double down on mid, and it actually gives them a winnable situation. From this 3v3, they can always see where Team NKT are coming, and the sound cues are already present. So the elevator stack from KingPins might allow them to stop the plant. They still have 2 mollies left, which they can throw and stop the plant from. And they now come in. It's going to delay the plant just that longer. But still, there's too much time on NKT's hands, so they can always re-aggress later on. Senzu getting the kill onto Revan. Now this should make it a little more difficult, but the moment I say that, Benzene goes down. Urkast was able to outmaneuver the hell out of him. And there's no way Benzene would have seen that coming in a million years. NKT, they slow things down whenever it is required. I appreciate KingPins and their ability to turn up the pace and suddenly surprise NKT, but it just simply wasn't enough. And what Benzene did to his opponent, Urkast did the exact same to him. Both of them able to get a kill and die on the basis of just that scaffolding counterplay. Oh, fast aggression from KingPins towards the A side this time around, but Revan goes instantly out of the server. Finn is able to somehow retaliate, but that's all. That's all that she wrote for KingPins towards the A side. Now they have to gear up for this imminent B hit.
Bented smoking off says now needs to make his way all the way up. Bented is now up as well, trying to get that entry. Can he spot someone behind the box? I don't think so. Nobody's gonna be holding there. Backside on the other hand, just one player holding and anchoring the whole of the B side here alone. It's gonna be Bowie with an M4. Gonna push out of the smoke. Bented was instantly waiting for him. He's gonna get that pick off on him. Cyclone F ready for the trade. Is gonna get a pick on to Bented there. Benzene with his op is gonna do wonders. Down to a 2v1. Can he make the last shot count? Can he get the round? Down to an 11-3 scoreline. Finn is gonna peek in with a
same position again.
Once again, Zayn. Nope. Once again, the same situation coming in. It's gonna be KingPins finding the round for 11. Nonetheless, this is the second round that KingPins won by this retake strategy.
Yeah,
it is working for
I
them
actually like the aggression from KingPins. They turned it up so well towards the tail end of the half. I mean, first they aggressed towards scaffolding to find one kill, and they realized that nobody else from NKT is present over there. So they then tried to reposition towards B side. And this time, because Zayn is not lurking towards mid and instead playing from the side, KingPins were able to not only rotate without any fear, but also able to make a counterplay. Where you saw how KingPins basically threw some flashes, and that allowed Bhavi to push right out of the smoke and get one kill. Zayn once again left in a 1v2. In the last time he was in a 1v2, he played from cooler, and this time he picked up that position again. NKT recognized the same pattern, and they dealt with him in a very clinical fashion. Good recovery from KingPins, but unfortunately 11-4 is just too steep of a scoreline.
11-4 coming in once again for KingPins is gonna be more or less same situation just like the last match, but this time be them playing the second half. Senzu holding with a beautiful spam is gonna find a frag. Precision doesn't matter at this point, it's just the shots that make it count. Vented getting another, Senzu getting a 2k, Zayn finishing off the round just like that. Just in a blink, once again it's gonna be NKT completely destroying, demolishing, running over KingPins. Eco round or the first round in the second half? Not gonna be a problem for the NKT, definitely. KingPins once again will be moving forward with a full eco. And I don't think so. This might as well be the round for them. NKT just should get the 13-4 score line after that. Senzu waiting with the molly, trying to jiggle peek. Can he find someone pushing into his mid? Urkus as well with his lineup, waiting for somebody. And just as he gets a Q, he's going to use more or less all his util, which is completely full for him.
KingPins on the other hand, they're stacking up towards bridge. No, don't worry. You can't drop the C4 from that,
Yeah, exactly.
from that spot. They're just playing along with it. No. It always spawns back. But if you throw yourself down, then you're dead. Okay, it doesn't work that way. After playing around a little, KingPins go for the full-blown assault towards the A side. No util, but they're gonna rush right into the waiting and loving embrace of NKT as the SMGs just spray them down. It's a farm day for Team NKT as they get all the kills they require. Even though he's on less HP, he will not shy away from a fight.
It's a flawless. It is a flawless round coming in for NKT, and just like I said, another round coming in for them. 13-4 scoreline. KingPins barely being able to stand up in front of them, let alone counter them. But this is gonna be the full buy for KingPins, and maybe this could be the change of pace they needed so desperately. This is gonna be the start of it, going towards the mid side, maybe execute an A push.
Yep. Even if they go for an A push, it's gonna be so difficult. But the moment I see that Bobby has picked off Senzu, and that's a good start. With this, they can now take control of scaffolding, and they've already heard one player repositioning towards sidewalk. That's gonna be Urkus. So that's information available to them. They now know that there's only going to be two players towards the A side, one towards scaffolding, the other one probably towards double boxes or sandbags. The only person who can turn this around is Bented, because he's playing towards elevator and he's responsible for marking both mid as well as as long as they can keep Bented away from this region, KingPins can make a statement. Unfortunately, Urkust has a bigger mouth, and even though he has a smaller gun, he's able to get the kill onto Finn. Can't recover the fallen level. Lovely flash, and that gets him another one. He does so much damage onto Bhavi as well. Half his HP taken off, and the bomb spot is now NKT have all the info they need, and Bented has arrived onto the scene. Absolutely flawless performance from him. Finally, a nice shot from Revan shuts his killing spree down, but Zayn is more than capable of acquiring round all by himself. KingPins don't know where he is, so that's why they're taking their sweet time. They're hoping that Zayn isn't waiting in the smoke, and that's why they go for a bomb tap, but not the full commitment, assuming that Zayn would swing out of the smoke as soon as they start. And now that Zayn's been spotted, Revan will dispatch him to the lobby of the next round. KingPins finally win one round in the second half.
Good to see once again the similar scoreline we saw in the last match. It's going to be 16-5, and for that NKT needs to ensure that they don't get any other round. It's going to be the 13-4 scoreline coming in. Even though I guess NKT was in a good position, they could have countered them. Zayn did miss the first shot, and if he hadn't, I guess that round would have come in favor for NKT there. But either way, it's going to be KingPins making another round count for them. 5-13, moving forward with the 19th round. Positioning, as far as positioning is concerned, once again, this might just be an A execute coming in for the Ds, or maybe just they're faking towards A. Might decide to push in towards B. I can see one player towards towards B, maybe trying to get some information there. No, he's gonna fall back. The regrouping, holding Everybody is gonna be. Where exactly? Might be any execute though.
I'm kind of concerned for Kingpins though. They only have 2 smokes left. And now that the mollies have been thrown to clear sandbags and all the closer positionings, what do they do after acquiring this area? They still have to deploy those smokes towards the either side of the planting region. But they haven't really been able to clear out Senzu from this region. And this could be a big problem because Bentet is playing very passively, right? He has no incentive to go ahead and give up his frag. And this means that even Senzu can fall back and play in tandem with Bentet in case the crossfires are to be disrupted. Now that the smokes have gone down, Kingpins need to move in. This is the only opportunity they'll get for the next 15 seconds. Senzu finally dealt with, and that means the sidelines have been cleared. Even Urkas tried to make a massive dive towards the scaffolding region, again getting punished. So Kingpins can actually plant. This is the only advantage they've been able to acquire so far. Oh no! Bentet sign! They push right out of the smokes as soon as they're fading, and they're able to neutralize the situation. Back to a 2v2. Revan finally spraying Helter and Skelter, gets his team the round, but that came down to the wire.
Revan making his break count when it was needed. He's gonna get a beautiful sweep there. Even though it could have been a 2k there, 2k for Revan, he didn't get the second one as well. But a really good round coming in from Kingpins. A really good execute. And the way they cleared the sides and the smokes were as well completely on point. Just like that, they got another round on the board for them. A 6-13 score line. Full buy coming in for the T's, and this just could be the round coming in once again for Kingpins. NKT with just pistols, 3 USPs, 1 auto pistol there, and 1 P250 for them. Not the best loadout they could have asked for, but maybe they can make it work. And
Oh,
being
definitely,
NKT, they
definitely.
definitely can.
Yeah, I mean, look at the aggro positioning from them already. They've gone down the B stairs. They're about to catch one of these players off guard. And if they can retake control of ladder, it will be amazing because then they can recover Cyclone's gun and then they can work off of it. They've placed it in the hands of 9, and this would be very, very interesting because now NKT are approaching from the lower region of ramp, the region which Kingpins was supposed to control, but 9 and his AK are going berserk. It's a whole army coming towards them, and Kingpins aren't ready for this one. They have to take control of Heavens if they want to defend this plant, but they can't even fall back there in time. Senzu kills Revan before he can get into cover. Finn keeping the hope alive as he guns down multiple members. Even Bhavi finally trades out, but Bhavi once again ended up baiting his teammate unintentionally. The bomb is being stuck, and he can't do anything about it. Oh my god. Okay, so I have to point out this one thing about Bhavi. We saw this in the first half as well. I believe it was either round number 4 or 5, where he basically waited for his teammate to make contact and he did not swing out. And this was a problem in the same round in a similar fashion this time as well, because if he would have played along with his teammate over there, along with Finn, then they actually could have made it work. Of course, I don't blame him because he was responsible for shutting down the aggression towards scaffolding, and he had to, fight along with 2 different areas at the same time, so he wasn't able to cover Finn, and that's exactly how the cookie crumbles. Team NKT managed to pull off an eco win, and that's gonna really hurt Kingpins. They're going for a fast B hit. Will this actually work out for them? Because the amount of flashes that are being disposed by them forces Team NKT back. Benton tries to make another flash play with the help of 9, only good for 1. Yeah, Team NKT are falling back now. They have given up on the area, but Cyclone pushing ahead of Cooler. Oh my lord, this is so aggressive. NKT don't see this coming. Senzu kills Bobby in retaliation, but he's able to fall back to safety. The aggression from Cyclone did not work out as planned, but at least he's given his team the man advantage, and that's exactly what they required. No, even the backstab from Mercast has failed. And this is gonna force Senzu to save. Cyclone maybe won't even let him do so. There you have it. Kingpins finally not being afraid of a fight. They go in for a very fast P hit, something that they haven't done in the entire half, and it catches Team NKT off guard.
Benton not in the best position. 9 completely outplayed. Senzu, just as he was reloading, he got shut down. To be fair, NKT was not just having the best timings in the last round. Kingpins, on the other hand, were using those timings perfectly to get the round there. The 7-14 scoreline, Kingpins slowly but making their way as close to NKT as possible. Once again, it's gonna be almost a round coming in for NKT. Revan Okay, holding in a cheeky spot. Cyclone, even though he knows his position, it's gonna be Bavi getting a pick off on to Zayn. Over aggress, didn't check some corners and got punished for that. 4 players still alive for NKT. Bent it angle towards the B side. Can he use his off-guard position? Unexpected situation.
Yeah, exactly. This was unexpected, right? Most of Team NKT do not have weapons, but then Zayn, even though he gives up his kill, 9 comes out with a knock. So that really bamboozled the hell out of KingPins. And now that they figured out that there's an operator in play, they must realize that there must be at least one rifle. Now, can they figure out where that rifle is? It's in the hands of Urkas. Urkas, no. He's managed to get the first frag, but at the cost of Bentet's life. And even though Bentet was playing first contact, Urkas was supposed to hold on by himself. He's got backup available now as the rest of the CTs come flooding in towards the site. And this is very difficult for KingPins to clear out, but it's down to a 2v2. Bhavi trapped towards the boxes. 9 has to land that shot on him. He's going to make sure that Bhavi can't cross towards the quad region. But he can't fall back either. The timing won't work as there's a backstab coming in from Sens, and he has to force the fight towards 9, who instantly scopes into him. NKT, with a shabby buy, are able to make this one work, and KingPins fall flat.
NKT doesn't invest that much, but they get a lot of things out of the round, even without doing so. And eco rounds, we've seen them win that without any problem. Just 2 rounds back, we saw them win a full pistol round against a full buy. That to win off as well. Really good round coming in. Even this was a really good retake coming in from NKT. Probably the match point maybe for NKT. This could be the match point. 2 players already down. 1 player down to 8 HP or 20 HP. Bentet already picked off.
The nade stack, it's so amazing. We saw something similar in Mirage when they attempted it towards the mid connector, and this time again they throw it, just bounce it off of the dark corners, and that's Bentet instantly blown apart. 9 down to 20 HP. And this nade stack from KingPins, it really surprises NKT when the things are down to the wire. But having acquired this man advantage, what is of it? They're down to just 1 smoke, and that's going to be very difficult if they want to use it in an execute situation.
Cyclone F, okay, coming
Yikes.
in from down below. Gonna find sign there. Down to a 3v4. They made that big count. Obviously, Urkus coming in, trying to equalize advantage here. Is gonna aggress a bit. Benzene instantly getting a pick onto Senzu. Trading off Benzene. Beautiful spray. Beautiful spam. Finds 9.
And Urkas can't really do much. Most of the times whenever KingPins hit the B side, Urkas has always been on backstab duty. This time is no different. In the previous round we saw Urkas coming in from behind. He was basically trapping Bhavi, and he forced Bhavi to face 9 with that op. This time though, the nade stack from KingPins, absolutely perfect. Getting them a significant man advantage, even boiling 9 down to very little HP. And I was concerned that KingPins don't have enough smokes to make this one work, and even though they had only 1 smoke left when they went in for the final execute, they've worked with it so beautifully. The barrage of flashes basically rendered the NKT crossfires useless, as the people who were holding towards the cooler and the backside were instantly neutralized. And that cheeky frag from Cyclone as he spammed to victory simply could not have been seen coming by NKT, and this time NKT finally came for a surprise. These are the kind of surprises that KingPins need to pull out every now and then if they want to have a fighting chance. That's because NKT are very close to map point. Urkas, still with the saved AK from the previous round, can make a lot of difference over here, but he's the man solo holding towards the A sidewalk, while the rest of his teammates are gearing up for B defense. Not even B, they might reposition themselves towards B connector and opt to fight towards mid in case Bentet needs some backup over there.
Finn was planning on aggressing A, but that was just the fake trying to go forward. Finn's not gonna find any frag there, but yeah, he's gonna give in some info to NKT that maybe one guy was here. They could fake towards and maybe push into his B side. Now 5v4 coming in. 9 getting picked off isn't the best for NKT right now, but with 4 players still standing, they have a fighting chance alive. Focused with an AK.
And as soon as KingPins figure out where Urcast is, they're gonna avoid him like plague. And once again, while Urcast is really going in, they go in for a mid-plus B hit. And this is amazing. KingPins have never done this before, and the first time they pull it out, NKT are surprised. Easy plant for KingPins, and this should be the 9th round for them.
At this point, it should be, but hopefully, let's not make it like it could be. 3v2 still alive. Zain is gonna find the AK. Urk is still alive as well. Are they gonna go forward with the retake? They don't have a diffuser with Zain here. Urk is the only guy who has a diffusing kit here. We try to retake. Okay, a really beautiful double swing with the pop flash coming in. It's gonna completely render the guy. Unable to respond to that. 3v1, Zain will be able to save his AK. Get decent returns out of the round. Maybe get one more exit frag. Or maybe it's that asking too much. 9:15 scoreline. KingPins are really making it or cutting it really close here with Team NKT. Trying out new executes one after the other. Working for them one after the other. That is really commendable for KingPins at the moment.
Yeah, and it's this variation that keeps Team NKT at bay. I pointed it out in Mirage as well. Of course, in Mirage, there was a much more dominant scoreline in the favor of Team NKT, but you have to give credit where credit is due. KingPins are trying a lot of new stuff. This time, it's a really fast one towards the A side. There's already smoked off scaffolding, which basically removes the threat of Senzu being present in that region. And after they take control of A ramp, they're actually going to fall back and punish 9 and Bented, who are coming in for a backstab. What a turn of events. NKT quickly tried to wrap around that region, hoping that they would be able to trap KingPins in towards the bridge and the A ramp. But instead, they have now lost 2 of their crucial players, and the B side is now under assault. It's going to be up to Urcast and 9 to hold this off. And Urcast plays well around the boxes, does a lot of damage. Zain and Senzu come in for the backup. And this is as close as it gets. KingPins fighting for their lives. Zain has gone past towards stairs, and he did not realize that there was a man behind him. What? Finn goes undetected towards the top of B side. But that's not a problem. That's not a problem. Finn, he could have struck when the moment was right, but instead he's now let Zain pass. And Zain finally gets picked off by Revin. At least Zain's death tells the members of Team NKT where exactly the bomb is. But what does Senzu do with this information? He's got no weapons, no HP, and barely any hope of winning this round. KingPins let it slip by, and they turn it in their favor. 10-15. Who would have thought that a bunch of underdogs would be able to go double digits against one of the best teams in Asia?
I did. But at this point, KingPins are really surprising us after each and every round they win. And to be fair, they are proving themselves. 10-15 score line. NKT unable to get rounds at the moment from KingPins. KingPins not ready to lose even one round. This is an aggressive A ramp push. Maybe Finn, are you gonna commit? Are you gonna go forward? 9 on the side is gonna come back right. Maybe give some support. Bhavi to pre-fire. As Bam not gonna find anyone. Refin with a beautiful shot through the smoke is gonna take down Senzu. Not the best player to have gotten picked off for NKT. Possession is gonna get the tray. He's gonna get the frag there. Absolutely crazy.
KingPins are reading this well. Senzu had been aggressing towards the sidewalk and scaffolding quite often, so they knew that he would push. Getting the first kill onto Senzu was amazing. But what's better is that they were able to get the kill onto 9 as well. And now that they've realized that NKT will be forced to spread their defenses thing, KingPins can always regroup and hit one of these sites with brute force. And they've got plenty of time to do so, plenty of util too. NKT are down to 1 smoke, so in case something goes wrong, they can just use that smoke to delay. Sorry, they're down to 2 smokes, so a little better, but then again, the crossfires between the members of NKT will simply not be established. Urkas is holding a ramp by himself. You've got Bentet, who's responsible for marking both mid and rotating in case something goes wrong. Meanwhile, it's only it's only Zine responsible for shutting down B. And Urkast has already been dealt with. Instant trade comes through. Bentet, I don't think he's going to be able to get here in time, so plant is possible for the side of Team KingPins. Oh, but he's already gotten in towards the side lane. Oh, now this will be problematic. KingPins haven't smoked that region off. And Bentet is able to get one. Of course, he's going to get traded by Benzeme, but no time. He's done his job. KingPins are done for. That came close now, didn't it?
Yeah, it. After putting in so much effort, closing in this close, a 10-16 score line nonetheless from KingPins was absolutely massive. And as compared to the last match for them, which was Mirage and a 16-5 scoreline, that's a double their performance. So maybe in the last match we could see a 15-16 scoreline. No, 15-16 is not possible, but yeah, we may be seeing a close call coming in with the last match for in Ancient. But either way, this was a really fun match. We didn't expect KingPins to close in the gap that much. 10-15. We are surprised. We no doubt are surprised there. Really good executes, really good strategies being used today. Vertigo, in fact, even on Vertigo, where NKT might have thought that they would have the upper hand, still, even after that, KingPins, it did show their presence in the game, and that was absolutely massive coming in from them. A really strong performance, good domination. They did really perform nicely. They can perform nicely, obviously, and standing on top of NKT like that was massive, no doubt.
Yeah, what I also appreciate from the members of KingPins is how they were able to basically make sure that Senzu does not have a good game. They hard countered Senzu every time he pushed towards scaffolding or played towards side lane. And because they were so focused on killing Senzu, he felt pressure to make moves again and again, which basically played into KingPin's hands even further. You also remember that one round, I believe it was the 8th or the 9th round, that KingPins were able to acquire, where they killed 2 players coming in for a backstab while KingPins was still holding the A ramp. And as soon as the backstabbers died, KingPins hit the B site with full force, and they got that round for themselves. So that really tells you how well they adapt to NKT and their moves. But unfortunately, that still remains the crucial problems. Even though KingPins have been phenomenal in adopting to whatever NKT are throwing at them, NKT are still the ones who are leading with the front foot. I have to give credit where credit is due though. The amount of variation we saw in Mirage, I thought we wouldn't get to see as much in Vertigo, but then in that one round where I believe it was the round number 7, just before they were able to get that backstabbers, NKT, they fell victim to a mid plus B crunch, and that was the first time KingPins attempted that mid plus B crunch, and that left NKT so surprised, because up until now KingPins were not even contesting mid, and even if they were only just holding mid to make sure that nobody from NKT can backstab them. The moment NKT thought that yeah, these guys are never gonna come towards mid, they went in for a mid plus B hit, and that basically surprised the hell out of NKT. So the fact that KingPins are able to get into their opponents' minds is a good thing. Unfortunately, they will have to do a lot more of that in Ancient if they want to stand a chance to mount a comeback. Currently, the score is at 2-1. The one map that KingPins were able to win was awarded to them by default, but after that, NKT have been able to win everything in a relatively worry-free fashion.
No doubt. And to be fair, just like you said, we did see NKT getting surprised a lot. And there is just one thing going in right now for KingPins, and that's the element of surprise. So they're gonna play around that as much as they can, variate and maybe add some different strategies. Surprises are the best thing they can go for, and they've been pulling them off. That's the main thing. Them using it and them pulling it off is what counts. In the first match, they weren't able to do all of them flawlessly, but in the second map, they significantly improved. They adapted, they improvised, And maybe in the third match, we may see a really, really good matchup coming in, because we did see them adapting so nicely that third match could be something completely we didn't expect at all, just like the second match
Yeah.
was. In the map of Ancient, which is gonna be a different set of map there, a different set of positionings being played by both the teams, even though the information from the last two matches is gonna be of much assistance there. But yeah, that is also gonna be a really fun match to get a look at. And what are your thoughts on Ancient? What do you think? What can we see there, Crips?
So given the way that Team Kingpins were playing in Vertigo, I feel there might be some similarities. But before I move on to Ancient, I'll tell you what those things are that I'm looking forward to. Remember pistol round number 1 and round number 4. When Team Kingpins were on the defense, what they basically did is try to kill the planter with just utility. Now, whenever
Yeah, those two
NKT were
grenades,
attempting that plant, whenever NKT were attempting the plant towards default, they in pistol round threw a bunch of nades and killed the planter. That was a cast. In the fourth round again, they did the same, but this time with a molly. We saw something similar in round number 8 and 9 as well, where they tried to stop Bented from planting. But because NKT had so much time in that round, Bented was like, okay, cool, I'm not going to tank the molly damage. I'll fall
just
back for
hold
now.
back on that.
And after the molly is extinguished, I'll go ahead and plant again. So in those two instances, in round number 1 and 4, that attempt of stopping the plant from Kingpins was successful. Now, going into Ancient, it's significantly easier for Kingpins to stop the plant with just a bunch of utility, because the way the map is designed and given the default smoke spots which the T's use, Kingpins can always stay behind the T smokes and just throw in their nades, throw in their mollies to stop the plant. This is even easier to pull off in Ancient because there's not too much verticality involved, and the clearings in the map sites are quite straightforward. So I hope that the attempts to stop the plant with just utility can still be seen from Team Kingpins going into Ancient. That worked for them a couple of times in Vertigo. I would love to see them try the same in the next map as well. But that being said, you have to give credit where credit is due to NKT, because the only
They
times
did win.
NKT lost rounds is because Kingpins were holding very passively and they were just basically waiting for NKT to make the first move. So whenever Kingpins played their defaults and held for picks, especially in the second half when Kingpins were on the attacking side, they basically waited for Senzu to come running out of either scaffolding, or they waited for someone to make a move towards the bottom of B stairs. That was most of the times either Senzu or Bentet. So every time that they were able to get that opening frag, because NKT aggressed, Kingpins were able to convert the round. But the moment NKT start playing passively, Kingpins would have nothing to work with. So it basically tells you that Kingpins are relying on NKT to make mistakes. And every time NKT don't play aggressively or just decide to chill out a little, Kingpins start to sweat.
Cause they know if NKT is on defense, their crossfires are literally unbreakable. Two players
Yeah.
will be holding corners. You won't be able to spot them, let alone get the frag on them. So
And
obviously,
even
it
if you boil them
becomes-
out with
yeah, yeah.
even if
when-
you boil them out with utility, right? Team NKT members are more than comfortable giving up map control in order to retain man advantage. And that is so
Exactly.
difficult to deal with, because you've now committed all this utility. Sure, you've broken the crossfire. Sure, you can get in and plant. But what about the retake situation? You can't keep yourself safe from that. And NKT will strike you down in that moment.
And economy not being their friends, they didn't use. They didn't really have utils at the end of the round to, maybe hold the site for the after plant or do something there. Util not being present at times was also a problem, but then again, economy was never in their favor. But still, yeah, we did see NKT winning in the end with a really, really good score line, which we didn't think we would see. But even Kingpins, it did show what they were capable of. And maybe you'll be more capable of doing such performances, such strats, and such executes. And yeah, that being said, Ancient is a map which is counter-sided. And just like you said, the strats that they've already been playing and using in Vertigo is gonna be of more use to them in Ancient. But isn't that gonna be the same scenario for NKT as well? Because if they
Of
do
course.
get the CT side first, even they could just chill out, and that is a problem for Kingpins, just like you said.
Yeah, sorry. Uh, the problem over here is if NKT start out on the CT side, NKT are not the kind of team to aggress the same spot again and again. If they take mid control, they will take it with brute force and then keep some of their players either towards pit or maintain a crossfire between the pit guy and the donut guy. If not, then they will regress towards the bottom of T lane, where they will try to take control of double doors and even the lamp room. So they keep switching up their aggression on the CT side, and that's what becomes very difficult to deal with. That's the unique side of NKT. You never know where their assault will be coming from. And even though KingPins can account for an aggro push when they're on the T side, they will not know which areas to hold, which areas to strengthen, and which defaults to continue. And that's exactly the problem over here, because NKT is so dynamic on a map like Ancient. They can always just turn off the aggression and then boil down so much time for KingPins. And let's be honest, it wasn't a problem for them in Vertigo, but in Mirage we saw several instances where KingPins were very short on time and they had to then make desperate moves. So let's just hope that those similarities don't prop up in Ancient again, otherwise KingPins will be in for a world of hurt. Before we head into the next game, let's take a look at the scorecard of this match.
It's gonna be Senzu getting 26 frags. Just as he got inside the match, it didn't take a second to seize the day. 26 frags for him with just 15 deaths. A massive KD coming in for him. Bent it as well with 23 frags on the board. 17 deaths. Urkust with 20. Zayn with 16. And 9. Just one shot of that is going to get 15. All the players in NKT have a positive KD. On the side, KingPins as well. This match, they really took their performance to the next level. Revan made it to 23 frags this round. For this match, Finn on the side just got a short of 15 frags there. Benzine 13 frags, Bawi 12 frags, Cyclone 10 frags. Once again, the bottom two fraggers, I would have expected better from them, but let's take a look at the MVP performance of the day. It's gonna be Senzu, no doubt, coming in 26 frags.
No surprise, Sen's hitting all the shots. In fact, there was a point where Sens became such a big problem for KingPins that they were holding the bottom of A ramp, just waiting for Sens to come out of the scaffolding region or towards sidewalk. And in spite of knowing where Sens will be, they were very often not able to stop him. That man is such a big bully that Sens is just able to go in the same position again and again and still take the kill, still take the MVP title for himself, and that just tells you how dangerous this player is.
Definitely, Senzu is a player I'm never gonna want to tackle in my life. But okay, let's take a look at some more add-on stats. Once again, we're gonna get the 132 smokes coming in, 83 Molotovs, 174 flashbangs, 174 frags in total, 44 assists, 174 deaths, 19 bombs planted. That's a hell load, more than the last match we saw. We just saw 8 plants last match. This match is 19. Bomb defused is gonna be 5. And that is it for the round summary of our second or third match of the day.
Well, there you have it, folks. Some stats for the nerds. Always a pleasure to look at. But the biggest stat that you need to keep in mind over here is that the overall score is 2-1. NKT leading by 1 map. They just need one more to win the Skyesports Championship 4.0. Now, whether or not they can do it in the next map, or will we go the distance of all 5, we will find out after a short break. So stay tuned.
लोग कहे ये सब उन्हें लगता है लेम गेमिंग और कैरियर नॉट जस्ट द सेम ई स्पोर्ट्स को टाइम देना टाइम का वेस्ट कैसे मैं करता सारी उम्मीदों को फेस
गेमिंग इज अ वेस्ट ऑफ टाइम ये सब जी गए दिन की बातें हो गई हैं। अब फैंस की बारी है फेम कमाने की। सिर्फ फैन क्लैश में आप यूज कर सकते हैं अपना गेमिंग नॉलेज फेम और पैसे अर्न करने के लिए, क्योंकि यहाँ फैंस है असली हीरो।
Fanclash is Asia's largest esports fantasy platform. Select your favorite players, make your own fantasy team, and win up to rupees 1 lakh daily. Download the Fanclash app now.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, once again to AMD presents Skyesports Championship 4.0. Gaming partner is Logitech and fantasy partner is going to be Fanclash, whose description is whose download link is down in the description, so do feel free to go and check that out. The first free you've got a first free entry for whoever who's registering anew, and to make your teams according to the stats and data that is going to be shown in front of you right now. And if you do think you have what it takes to make a team and earn a lot of money out of it, so do that and earn as a lot of money as you can.
Yep. Kudos to Fanclash for making all of this possible, and a huge kudos to Logitech and AMD as well for supporting us throughout this tournament. Without them, this wouldn't have been possible. For those of you who are just tuning in, you guys are watching the grand finals of Skyesports Championship 4.0 CSGO tournament, and up now we have Team NKT, one of the best teams in Asia, going up against Team KingPins, who have fought tooth and nail so far. KingPins were awarded the first map as a default win because NKT were facing some tech issues, and that's exactly why we started with Mirage directly rather than starting with Inferno. But that being said, Inferno, even though it was not played, Mirage and Vertigo went in the favor of Team NKT swimmingly. Of course, in Vertigo, KingPins tried to mount a massive comeback. They forced the game to 16-10. I did not expect that they will be able to get to double digits, but when they did, I was indeed very proud of them because they showed signs of not only being able to read their opponents but also make their own moves, and quite a lot of variety of moves which caught NKT off guard quite often. And that's exactly why they were able to go all the way till map number 4. Even though they lost Vertigo, I would still say that Team NKT, they have... even though they lost Vertigo, I can still say that Team KingPins can hold their head up high because they gave NKT a good run for their money. And let's be honest, this is going to be the toughest fight that KingPins have had so far in their career. NKT is definitely the strongest opponent they've faced so far. And now that we are heading into map number 4, Ancient, this battle is going to get even more heated because it is the map pick of Team KingPins.
With that, let's head right into the match number 4 in the map of Ancient, just like you said. This is gonna be Team NKT towards the defender side first, and KingPins towards terrorists. That's maybe a problem for KingPins, only if NKT play slowly, calmly, and breezily, just as we discussed previously. But that's when they do plan on playing slow, passive, and not aggressing at all. On the other side, it's going to be KingPins who do need to get their plants in, trying to make their presence known towards the B side. Maybe faking a bit, or no, they're just going to completely execute. They're going to completely commit there. NKT is going to get 2 beautiful opening frags there. Urkust as well with some crazy assists coming in. That's going to be some massive frags. 3v2 situation still going on.
And the only good flag that KingPins have been able to get so far was one towards the bottom of Ruins, where they were able to catch one of the lurkers. But the bomb has been dropped and Revan is going to have a really hard time recovering it. KingPins, fast approach for them definitely not working out as they meet NKT head on. And that's what happens when an unstoppable force meets an immovable object. It results in an explosion of massive proportions. Of course, this time, NKT walked away with the better side of it. But as Revan now tries to creep up towards ramp, he's going to be met with a nearly impossible to deal with crossfire. He spotted out the first player, and before anyone can even act, Senzu will instantly dispatch him off. NKT, with a significant advantage going into round number 2. They have armor saved onto 2 of their players, which means those 2 players don't even need to reinvest much. they can straight up go for max weapons.
They can and they will for sure. And KT going with another good enough buy to completely counter KingPins, who just have Glocks here. Not even a P250 is going to come in. No money at all being invested. And after the first round, it should be sure to them that they can't go forward with just a full execute towards any side. It's going to be NKT getting 3 opening frags, just like that. Or then again, it's a full eco coming in. Sign. Even after taking so long to get the second one, he still managed to get the second one. Massive second round coming in.
NKT make it look so easy. Quick and easy disposal of their enemies. End the round within like 30 something seconds, and KingPins take straight up go next. Now that KingPins have the AKs to work with and quite a lot of utility to boot, it's gonna be super important for them to make sure that they don't lose any steam. Heading in towards mid, the NKT is also being for a heavy approach. The amount of flashes force sends you back in towards Donut. He's safe behind the wall of smoke, but only for so long as Cyclone's gonna spray the hell out of him. And that's the man advantage acquired for Team KingPins. All the utility dump of NKT did not hold them back. But NKT still can make a rebuttal. With one player playing towards red, 9 is more than capable of decapitating Revin. Finn, on the other hand, has at least managed to kill Orcast, who was trying to move in from B ramp. So at least all the backstabbers have been dealt with. And now that Zion's out of the picture, the A side is up for grabs.
Side is up for grabs, and KingPins are trying to capitalize on that. They've made their way in. They did lose a player while entering, but no, it's not gonna be of any problems to them. It's gonna be Finn finishing up the round and sweeping up the last player of NKT down to 2-1 score line. KingPins. Okay, they're just gonna maybe hold the momentum right there. Get a round back from NKT. Not gonna let NKT find some more rounds, because then again it was a full buy for them. And this is also going to be a full buy for both the teams. Going forward with the 4th round. 3 to 4 players pushing in. He's pushing in as well. That aggressive position is gonna pay off. They're not gonna get the first one. It's gonna be Revin with a beautiful spray transfer, getting the second frag. First one obviously went in for his teammate Cyclone. The crispy head. Okay, surviving. SMG good for 1.
Oh, now at this point they're just feeding him, man. At least they know where Urkas is, so they will avoid him like the play again. They will plant the bomb towards the P side. But the fact that he's able to get away with 2 kills and an AK, it's quite impressive. So NKT will not have to worry about money too much going into the next round. Sure, they won't have the loss bonus, but at least they won't have to reinvest too much. And on the back of this one AK, I think they can re-aggress towards T lane, which they have been doing so without any problem so far. And if they just pick up a bunch of 5-7s to supplement the firepower of Urcast in the next round, they should be able to deal quite a lot of damage. KingPins, on the other hand, have shown a lot of resilience in counter utility. Even if it's this round, or even if you talk about the previous one, when they try to take mid, they throw in so many flashes that NKT basically cannot play in aggro positions at all. You remember how Cyclone, he himself was blinded by his teammates' flashes. I mean, I lost count. I counted like at least 4 flashes flying above ruins. Might have been 5 or 6, but like I said, I lost count at that point. That's how many flashes were thrown in. And Cyclone also went in towards pit. Poor Zion. He wanted to really make impact towards the donut region, but both of them were sprayed down mercilessly. And with a bunch of these flashes, with this whole barrage of utility that KingPins is throwing from ruins in towards bottom mid, NKT can't make their own util plays work. So that's a good counter from KingPins. But this is just the mid fight that KingPins have been able to win. What happens when NKT starts aggressing towards other avenues? We'll have to wait and watch. For now, even though KingPins are going towards the A side, NKT have gone in for mid aggro once again. They've only left Zion to be towards Donut, and that's going to be the only piece of resistance that KingPins face in this round, which will otherwise be a very problem-free incident. Oh, never mind. The moment I say that, Zion is able to catch Benzene off guard. At least the trades will come through, so KingPins can go ahead and plant without any problems. But will they be able to keep their weapons alive? The remaining members of NKT, 9, Benton and Zenzu, who have only a bunch of USPs, will definitely try to go for a land grab and maybe even steal some weapons back.
It's going to be difficult. 3 players holding inside hall. Waiting for Flash is gonna come in. Senzu finding a frag. 3 players coming out of the same hole at the same time. Bavi holding inside hall. Waiting, okay. Yes, gonna stick bomb. Use. Can't get in the damage. Okay, get diffused. Benton still holding, still sticking.
Oh my god!
They are trying to cover him, and yes, it's gonna come in for them. And oh no, massive rounds.
Are you serious? This wasn't supposed to happen. NKT had no business winning this round. KingPins not only were able to secure the man advantage, but also get the plant down in amazing position where they could defend it from Donut. What do NKT do to respond to it? 9 jumps through the smoke, just swinging left and right. He slices and dices Bhavi. So that's 1500 bucks as a bonus. And because so many of those CTs were just literally body blocking Bentet, he was able to stick the defuse and NKT win the round. They had only 1 AK at the start of that round, and they even lost the A side quite early. Yet they were able to go for the defuse. This is just ridiculous. And forget, not just the defuse, they even got a knife. I feel so sorry for Bhavi right now because he was just spraying down in the smoke, and the moment his bullets ran out, 9 jumps at him with a karambit in his hand and says, Bazinga! Stab, 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 and the job's done. Shit, dude. This is a massive blow to the KingPins economy. Look at what's happened to them. They have that one op in the hands of Revan, and he's gonna play it around with his teammates, maybe give it to a guy who's got a better spawn, but even that doesn't matter now because the mollies have been thrown towards ruins and they can't get that opportunity to work.
Bhavi trying to not gonna find someone. Zayn completely hesitant is gonna push. Find a back. Bentet as well trying to get some damage in with the spam. Some wall bangs as well. Maybe he finds a damage or 2. I doubt that. Still holding side entrance. He's gonna push him right now, but there are 2 players still waiting. Revan with an orb. There is the bomb right behind him. Still trying to make way. Sad scope could be of some use, but I don't think so anyone is gonna peek in that. August holding back side. NKT not at all. Repositioning. Holding the position.
I'm concerned over here though. KingPins only have 2 smokes, so that means if they go towards the B side, they can only smoke off long and short. What are they gonna do with this aggro position from Bented? Nothing at all! A double peek comes in from both Urcast and Bented, and that's it. Even Benzene's out of the picture. They can now fall back towards the site and continue focusing towards Lamp Room, which is where the remaining members of KingPins are coming from. But from this position, they can't really smoke off the stairs side. They can only smoke close. And they have to be super careful about Ninja, which goes unchecked, and Bented sprays them down. I was worried about this exact thing, and KingPins fall victim to it.
Revan trying to go huge there with a no scope. Unfortunately, not being able to connect it. Bented onto the side, farming as many frags as he could. Massive. That was an integral kill for NKT to win the round. If only that aggressive A main push wouldn't have come, I guess Bented wouldn't have found the frag and they could have lost the round. They could have. There was a slight possibility that KingPins could have won the round there. NKT either way are gonna get the round irrespective. Finn is gonna need to fall back a bit. Double mollies in the same position. That's a lot of damage. If only there was someone inside. Once again, 2 more util being used in the same spot. Bentet is gonna push. He's gonna find Bhavi. Not at all in the best position, and he was not at all ready for the push. Down to 3v5.
This seems like a done and dusted round already. KingPins, sure they can get outside of A main, but 9 is holding there with the op, and on top of that, Zayn is holding the boost posy, so there's nothing that they can do. If Cyclone gets even a single kill, that will be a miracle, but again, no armor, nothing at all, so this round goes swimmingly in the favor of NKT, no problem for them. At least with this round, KingPins have figured out that NKT now have to commit a lot of utility to stop the Remember how the first few rounds went? NKT throw in maybe one smoke towards Ruin, and then KingPins throw a barrage of flashes to bomb out of the mid-region. And because NKT faced those problems and KingPins won 2 rounds, now NKT have to throw multiple nades and mollies towards Ruin to stop that push. If KingPins continue on the similar approach, they will at least be able to boil out a lot of util from NKT early on in the round. And then later on they can take Ruin control after the first minute mark has passed. So that's one thing that Team KingPins can exploit. But the question is, will they be able to catch up to this?
Should be able to, but will they? Will they is the question. Bented is gonna get a frag onto Bhavi. They got in the opening, even though it was a CTs pushing in and finding a pick. It doesn't really matter. KingPins still holding a bit of a passive positioning, not of any use for them at all. CTs are just completely pushing in towards mid, finding a frag. Not even going back, they're still holding the corners, they're still holding the same angles. Not even withdrawing from the position. Senzu, once again, has a crest towards the mid. 3 players right in front of him, a lot of util for him to counter. Some flashes as well to dodge. Might push it. Molly is gonna push in. Okay, Senzu gets the first one. He's gonna be good for the second, but Revan instantly gets him shut down. But it's late till then. Revan finding a pick onto Zain down to 2v2.
Urkast is right behind them and they were not aware about it at all. Yikes. Yeah, Urkast took his sweet time. I thought the moment Senzu went down, Urkast also would peek right alongside him. But then, again, Urkast had the possibility on double dose. So he took his sweet time. And as soon as Zain came in and tried to fight, he gave out the call, hey, they're not checking your angle. And based on an info, Urkast peeked out, got the 2 frags, and instantly shut them down. So good coordination from NKT, especially from Senzu. It was really brave of him to stay in that position. It was basically a one and done. And because he had back from Dota right inside, the same story applies this time as well, as NKT are fighting heavily towards the bottom of the lane, but KingPins respond in kind. The Tech9s are actually giving them some momentum. They can recover weapons now.
Even after having such a small buy, they weren't unable to do. Oh, they were able to do a lot of damage there. 3 players already down to a 2v2, and Bhavi has somehow gotten away with an AK as well. This round might as well come in favor for KingPins. The shot through. The smoke is not gonna connect. 9 once again with a small wall bang. It's not gonna find any damage there either.
Hold on though, because 9 is making so much noise over here, they don't check for Zain. Zain came in for a backstab and Bhavi was not at all aware about it. Now poor Cyclone with only 26 HP left, he's trapped towards pillars and he has to pick up this fight against 9. He has no choice and he dies instantly. That's what happens when you get tunnel vision. 9 over there, you heard him scope first, right? And that's why KingPins were like, okay, stop, we won't go beyond pillar. We don't want to fight this guy at all. And even when they knew where 9 was, 9 continued to make noise over there by spamming, by just distracting their opponents, which basically made sure that KingPins weren't looking towards Zain at all, who came in from ramp and easily got that kill.
That was a really, really good decision for 9 to do that spams and all the noise there. Completely attract their attention, but it's gonna be Finn getting completely shot. Oh, getting a frag onto Senzu there. Zain coming in, gets a frag onto Cyclone. Finn good for the second one as well. He's gonna be able to completely fall out of that position. Urkast maybe pushes on Finn. Is he expecting him? Definitely.
No.
Finn's gonna be good for the third one as well. Down to a 3v2. Finn is surviving. 9 as well with his AWP. Making a play. 9 unable to get this first shot. Okay,
What?
did he get the shot connected? Was it a wall bang?
No! Benzene! Okay, that was a terrible follow-up, but hey, NKT have somehow neutralized the situation. I've said this before about KingPins. The barrage of flashes really throws a spanner in the works of NKT, and KingPins were able to get quite a lot of frags, especially with Finn's forward position. But then after that, the re-aggression towards Donut, completely uncalled for, and 9 and Bented are able to sweep this back to a 2v2. At least, Revan is able to get into the B side and go for this plant. With the forward position of Bhavi, I don't think 9 will expect that. So if Bobby is able to get that first kill onto 9, it will be amazing. But once again, Bentet's coming in for a backstab, and every time NKT have sent someone towards ramps, they have been successful. Okay, Bentet's been dealt with. That's the backstabber killed. 9 now knows exactly where his opponent is, and so he's gonna have to play ring around the rosies near the stairs region. Fake tap. Dodges the flash. No, the first shot does not connect, and enough time has passed. It's a lovely flick, but there's nothing that he can do to save this round.
Nice try. Really nice try. A 7-3 scoreline. KingPins finding another round on the board for themselves. A 7-3 coming in. A really, really good round. Even though they weren't able to survive that, but still they managed to get it. So that's what matters in the end. And as far as the economy goes, I guess they would have a decent enough fight this round. NKT, even they have a really deadly economy going on for them. So problem for them this round. 9-9. Massive shots being connected. If only he had gotten the first shot connected. But even after that, that wouldn't have been time. Urkus finding a pick on Finn. Layer down for both sides. 4v4 situation. They've already managed to get whole control of the side there.
Dude, that kill from Revan. What an absolutely ballsy play for him to just push through his own smoke on the back of a flash and still get the kill onto one of the NKT members. Now, this is gonna make them mauled so hard. But then again, NKT, they've got the tools and the resources to make this one work. Senzu already striking down. Revan tries to peek but walks into a double fire. Oh no, for up close and personal scope doesn't work for Cyclone. At least Zayn is able to get the trade back and it's down to Bhavi. He's trapped towards ramp. There's plenty of vital being thrown in his direction. Someone needs to tap the bomb though, and Bhavi is able to get a kill but burns alive in the process.
Oof. Just the positioning a bit off for Bhavi. Could have. It was a really good try once again. To get the first frag. Just the molly, if only he could have dodged that. Maybe he would have found the last frag, because we've known Bhavi for getting a lot of these clutch situations in. And he is kind of the clutch meister for KingPins. But unfortunately, in front of NKT, even the clutch meister is just successful only a number of times, and that hasn't come in yet. An 8-3 scoreline. With that, it's going to be the 12th round coming in. A full buy for the three teams. On the side there, they don't have a buy. Finn just with an AK is going to try to push in towards mid. Not going to find much. 9 once again with a beautiful grenade. It's going to damage someone here and there. I guess he might get some damage. Zayn just holding inside balls once again. Maybe Revan could die. Maybe there is a chance. Zayn should push there and maybe he gets the backstab and better of them.
Yeah, but the problem over here is that NKT need to now not only clear out the donut region but also A main. And sure, they've got two members from mid coming down. That's gonna be Urkas and Bentet, but they need to do them now. Bhavi playing up close instantly gets mowed down, and 9 has cleared out donut. Now the last remaining T's are towards A main, and everyone's been accounted for. Down to a 2v2. Finn takes the boost up. This is something that they won't account for, and Revan strikes when the moment is right.
No.
They're spamming him in the smoke.
No!
What? Are you serious?
He didn't! What? How? What?
Well, that was a ninja defuse for the ages, and KingPins are gonna be smacking themselves in the head for not being able to stop that defuse. NKT, in the most comical fashion, make it work. In fact, KingPins even tried to go in for a reverse knife to return the favor for what happened to Bhavi in round number 2, but it just simply did not work for them.
Whatever it was, NKT somehow. Moving forward to this 13th round, it's gonna be Zayn completely unbothered by whatever's going on. He's just gonna instantly push. He's gonna find the first frag. Senzu as well has already made his way deep mid. Bentet, Senzu and Urkas. A deadly trio and some deadly frags coming in. There was no time to get in the trades there. KingPins never had an option to counter them in reality.
Whew. Yeah, basically KingPins got intercepted before they could even get out of double doors. The moment they try to fight towards T lane, there's thousands of players just descending upon them with the strength of a lot of unsurmountable odds. It's just a firing squad just spraying them down. And this time, once again, KingPins going for a very fast B approach, but everybody's blind. Somehow their eyes open in time and Urkas goes down, but Benton spraying so many players. A double for him, and that neutralizes the threat back to a 3v3. There's a gap in the smoke which 9 can exploit. Missed the first shot, but he's gone in right towards pillars, and he's still landing the shots. No way he's able to get all of this. A stylish one on to finish. This is just absolutely unhinged, man. This man is off the charts. It's so risky for him to push out of the smoke like that and go towards pillars, especially with the knock. He's treating it like a bloody shotgun and he's hitting all the shots too. That was the first one. And there you go. It's so fast even I couldn't see it. And I have X-ray enabled, so that tells you exactly how bloody fast he was in that round. Absolutely unhinged. This monster decapitates KingPins, and in such style too. Once again, a fast fight towards mid. KingPins with their signature flash barrage are able to get 2 kills. And they take control of not only Donut but also send 1 player towards the top of mid. Unfortunately, Finn's adventures will come to an end as Urkast will not fall for the same trick twice. But the A side has been taken over by KingPins, and NKT are gonna have to battle their way out of this one.
For Benzine, Crystal holding back side. He's gonna use the grenade though. He's gonna find some damage, and Benzine with a beautiful 1 tap is gonna finish off the first half of Ancient here with an 11-4 scoreline once again coming in. How the hell do they manage to keep the same scoreline for all the 3 maps? Oof. Consistent performance coming in from them. Beautiful, beautiful game. Could do better, no doubt. Hopefully in the next half we might see something different coming in from them, because then again, terrorist side is the side where KingPins actually try to, actually experiment their strategies, and more or less their strategies that they've been experimenting have been working. This is the round, this is the half that they really need to shine in. Let's see, can they make it count?
Well, this could be interesting. NKT are just walking down. Cyclone has no idea he's about to see a whole army of players headed towards him. And there's no retaliation, no rebuttal from KingPins at all. No presence in Donut either. That means NKT are gonna have an easy time planting. And since Senzu is marking the temple region with his dualies, there's no way that KingPins can use that avenue to approach. Finally creeping in. 1 man can make a difference, and that's gonna be Benzine coming in from Donut later on. But for now, the fights have erupted towards Temple, and this is turning into a massive bloodbath. 9 is playing around the quad box so beautifully. Finally, Revan shuts him down, but what else can he do? There's absolutely nothing written to his name. NKT take the pistol.
Really, not really close round. There was a good try from KingPins once again. NKT finding another round, if I'm not wrong there. 12-4 scoreline. Second half has already started. NKT has already found their lead. Going on to the second round of the second half. It is another buy coming in for them. An aggressive stance maybe coming in from the CTs. I barely think that's going to be possible. They just have pistols standing with them. Not the best possible loadout they could have asked for. Benzine trying to make his way. Can you find a sign here? That is a really good off-angle position. I don't think he will be ready for that, and he wasn't.
Nice.
Coming in.
Still, quite a lot of players posted towards the top of mid. They won't get a chance to fight because of the smoke placed. And you're right, that off angle from the first frag was actually pretty damn nice. KingPins, even though they have inferior weaponry, at least they're playing together where the numbers will actually matter. Bavi can hear the plant, but he can't do anything about it. He's tempted to go through the smoke. You can see it beckoning to him, calling out his name, but they just get mowed down instantly, and NKT don't lose a single gun in the process.
NKT once again getting the best of KingPins. A 13 for scoreline. Just unstoppable at the moment, and unbreakable as well. As far as for KingPin goes, they have to, break the attack coming in from NKT, and I don't think so they've been successful till now. Zayn once again, let's see, maybe a push. A push, this is gonna be finally an A push. Try to get in. Maybe donuts, 2 players. Trying to show their presence towards B as well, just so that not everyone rotates towards A side. Zayn, bit too aggressive. He's gonna get the opening frag. Molly's gonna come in, clear some corners. Finn holding towards mid. Benzine as well is gonna try to give some backup, but in the meanwhile, all the CTs have rotated towards A. B is completely open, and there are 3 Ts waiting right just for the opportunity, just for the option to get in. And they have no clue that the side is empty.
Yeah, but
Really
they are
nice
just waiting for
possession,
Finn.
no.
Yeah, at least Finn now finds out that there's so many members of NKT just waiting outside of B, and this will give enough info to KingPins to make the proper rotation. Unfortunately, by the time... Yeah, exactly. At what cost? You painted the picture perfectly over there. They find the information, but at a huge, steep price of losing 2 of their members. At least Revan and Bhavi have made things a little bit easier for them. But the remaining members of KingPins are all so low on HP that Urkas just needs 1 bullet to kill them all.
Oh.
And there goes Revan. The one healthy player who is available on Team KingPins is already out of the picture. The rest of them are just 1 bullet away from death each. And NKT have plenty of time, so they don't even need to hurry towards the B site. Only 1 player can make a difference over here, and that's gonna be Bhavi. He gets a nice fiery funeral for himself. And Cyclone
has a
already
grenade
has
as
one
well.
foot in the grave.
Is it gonna connect? Nope. Down to 11 HP versus 14 HP. Let's see whose HP is gonna win the game. Is it Senzu's off-angle position, which might not be expected, but no, Cyclone was ready. The really good pre-angle there is gonna take down Senzu completely down. Good try coming in. Nonetheless, it's gonna be Kingpin finding the 5th round and a 13-5 score line coming on the board. And KT could have won. That was a really close round. If only he had a better positioning there, or he would have played somewhere else. Maybe he could have won the round.
No, actually, I don't really blame him for being in that position.
Yeah, the position was
You can
not
see
wrong.
the shadow of the CT coming in much before anyone else. So that was the right call, and since both are very low on HP, it wouldn't have mattered anyway. It's just 1 bullet that's required. So, at least KingPins are able to keep themselves alive for 1 more round. And NKT, well, they won't be getting to map point just yet. Early positioning from Cyclone towards Donut. This could be good. At least from this position, he can hear the footsteps of NKT as they walk into A main. But NKT will never give out those footsteps. They are very slow and methodical in their approach. Benzine, though, with a very salty auto shotgun on top of boost. Yeah, this is going to be a big problem to deal with. And Zayn would be so mad that he got taken down like that. Senzu comes through with the trade, but Revan, holding a shallower angle towards Temple, is able to get the trades to swing back in the favor of KingPins. And now with the man advantage acquired and the bomb spotted, the ball is in the court of NKT. But they're not going to swing outside of A main. No, sir. In fact, they're going to wait for Bentet to make contact towards the P site. He's already gone in towards Lamps and reached the tip of the P site without being detected. But how does Bentet's position matter? Because 9 has already been taken down over here. And from this spot, Urkas is all alone. And if he goes down, that's the bomb away.
Nope.
At least he's able to recover. Bomb spotted. The rest of the CTs will now arrive. Cavalry inbound. Urkas needs to wait for Bentet to make a move. Bentet has already reached the top of mid and he's not finding anybody over there. All this map control and no information. He's finally found Cyclone towards the bottom of mid. That clears out a little path for Urkas. But there's still the problem man Bhavi waiting around the corner. And he's about to intercept Urkas behind. No! He will kill him in the middle of the plant.
There is no doubt. Planted and to counter Bentet. It's gonna be Bhavi coming in with the final frag, finishing off the round. Once again, KingPins getting around slowly with a 13-6 scoreline. I think KingPins should have focused more on getting the rounds in the first half rather than getting around so close to the match point for NKT. But still, at least they're coming back right now, and that's even that. NKT not have won. Bhavi's positioning is superior there, and once again, it's gonna be the Clutch Meister finally getting some really good rounds coming in.
not the best weaponry for NKT, but we've seen them do better with worse. First contact is gonna be Cyclone. Of course, the man playing point towards Donut instantly decapitates. Now, no rebuttal, no trade either. Will they challenge him again? Yes, they will. Finally, Revan positions himself towards top mid, so this could be a nice crossfire established. One playing on swing, the other one playing on contact. And they both work in tandem to dispatch the members of NKT back to spawn. Finally, NKT having the weaponry they have been desiring for since a long time. A 3-pointer loss bonus activated for them. That means if they lose this round, they will be on max loss bonus. They can still afford weapons, and if they win this round, then also it will be great. It's a win-win in terms of economy for NKT. Can't really say the same for KingPins because in 2 rounds they will go broke and NKT will be on map point. That being said though, NKT playing it really slow, and they used 4 members to push up towards A main, and now they have left just 9 in this position outside of A, while the rest of them reposition outside of B. I guess even 9 won't really do much over there. He will most likely try to make a play from mid, while the rest of them try to approach ramp. But with none of them going towards the lamp room, Finn and Bhavi can actually work on a reverse sweep over here. Ninja cleared out because of the wall bangs. The cavalry has arrived for KingPins towards the B side, so if NKT are knocking on the doors of B once again, they will be in for a nasty surprise. A whole minute has passed, and again, not too much information or map control has been acquired by Team NKT, so this could be slightly dicey.
Could have worked for him. Zayn finding who was it? Finn. Zayn finding Finn completely unable to do anything there on a reload. Bhavi gets a frag. Cyclone gets a frag onto a curse. Bhavi is gonna make the second one count as well. Senzu coming in. It's gonna find a trade onto Bhavi. Khalil paying off the first round. First frag there. 1v3 still going on at Senzu. He can obviously make it happen. Knows where Benzene is hiding. Cyclone towards B main. The bomb stopped. And a player holding towards CTS. The crossfire is too difficult to counter right now. And with that, it's gonna be Cyclone finding the last frag. And KingPins finishing off the 8th round on the board. 13-8.
Yeah, but really close. Even though KingPins were able to win this round, there are some massive red flags that need to be addressed. First of all, when the CTs were focusing towards the lamp room and the side houses, they left the ramp region completely undetected, and that's why Zayn was able to come in for the backstab over there. And sure, this could have been worse. KingPins avoided loss, they mitigated the damage, but they shouldn't have let it leak in the first place. Oh, a very fast one from Team NKT this time around as they rush down Donut. They lose Urkas in the process, but at least they're able to hit the A side with full force, and the plant will go down as well within a matter of seconds.
Here, really good grenade there. Trying a lot of damage. Molly as well, just to hold the T's off from pushing in. Side Pented as well. Just a pistol is not gonna aggress. Bhavi's gonna push in. Zayn getting shut down. 9 getting shut down. Benzene is gonna be good for the first one. He's gonna take Pented down. Sense surviving with just Deagle in his hand. Can he make something happen? Okay, got in this second one as well. Trying to follow up the third, but is not gonna be able to do it. Revan finding a trade onto Senzu with his Deagle is going to find the 9th round as well. NKT unable to answer to KingPins right now. Unable to counter their setups. NKT is unable to execute as well. Kind of in a pickle right now. And as you said, and for NKT, this should have been the round. This is gonna be the round. And for KingPins, let's see what they do.
Yeah, several weaknesses have been shown. Because whenever NKT puts up a face, it's nearly impossible to stop them. This time at least, KingPins double down on mid. You have one player playing from the donut and the other one playing from the bottom of the lane. Both of them in tandem were able to get a flurry of kills, leaving Zion and Bentet to do it all. And as they try to refrag, they end up losing Urkas and Senzu in the process too. So NKT definitely go back to lick their wounds, but as they regroup and try to hit B once again, it will be slightly easier for them because the positioning of Revan and Bhavi is very passive towards the stairs region. Finn also goes down. He was one of the healthier players in this round. So that is even more problematic. And instead of planting, NKT are actually forcing the fights towards stairs. This is brilliant. They boil it back to a 2v2. They know exactly where Revan is. They will make sure he can't come out of the smoke, but he comes out swinging. Oh, no. Connects the shot on design. Bented, faking the plant, making sure that Revan is unable to cross, but he's heard him. And he's trying to go inside the smoke.
They
literally walk past
They did see each other.
And he shoots him in the back of his head. This is so cheeky from Bentet. Now he has to find Cyclone, who Bentet is aware that is somewhere on the B side. So he hurries towards A, goes for the plant, and now he has all the time in the world to reposition himself. Cyclone's gonna have to check every nook, corner, cranny. He might even have to check the back of his hand because he can never be aware about Bentet going in for a big flank. And the funny part is, Bentet's hiding right inside A main. The bomb isn't even planted for him. This is gonna make Cyclone think, oh, is he in Temple? Is he in towards Donut? He will never ever check Bentet towards A main.
The Molly's gonna come in.
Oh, but Molly's on Bentet. This could be nice.
What's this? That was that.
Well, at least the CTs had the right read over there. They mollied off A main, so at least they were able to figure out where Bentet was. I was worried that they won't even be able to figure out that part.
Fortunately, they did. The Molly, even though completely not at all affecting the player there. Push and finish off Bentet, no doubt. Absolutely crazy player. Revan. Yeah, oh, I guess if Revan had somehow gotten the frag, they would have won the round. But no, the timing was just so crazy there. So unbelievable. No doubt it had to be Bentet getting the clutch that point.
Yeah, Bentet. There's a reason why he's called one of the best FPS players in Asia. Showing us why he's the most feared name. Showing us why the Western teams are scared of fighting the Asians. A technical difficulty for the side of Team NKT as Bentet will rejoin the server. So as soon as he's back and everything's dandy, we will resume the game. But let's be honest, the fact that NKT were able to win that round is absolutely unbelievable. And there were so many smoke shenanigans, right? Yeah, they were down, not having the numbers to their name. KingPins were just absolutely unhinged because Finn tried to make a counterplay through the smoke, which is incredibly brave. And then Bentet returns the favor by doing the exact same thing. He pushes through the smokes too. And nobody would have expected the same play to happen twice in the same round by either side. So it tells you how chaotic that round was.
Definitely a really chaotic round. Bentet's positioning was the only thing that made NKT win the match. If only he would have at any point gone for the plant or anything, he would have just gotten picked off instantly then and there. But no, he knew when to plant, when to aggress, when to find the frags, and when to get the round as well. No doubt about that. 49 scoreline nonetheless coming in. KingPins were on a roll for some time there, but NKT weren't too behind them to get caught up with whatever KingPins were trying to do. NKT down 49. They just need to find 2 more rounds and they'll be the winner of Skyesports Championship 4.0. Just 2 more rounds and we'll be there. 2 more rounds and we'll have the bestest team in this championship in front of us. Is the match pause gonna end right now? Okay, we have the remake done already. Players have already connected. They've gotten their money as well. NKT has why don't they have a buy? They have money. They have money. The pause has not run out yet. Technical difficulties being sorted out in the meanwhile. KingPins need to re-strategize and maybe win some more rounds back from NKT. That's gonna be really, really difficult. Need to once again whip out some new crazy strategies, and this is the map of Ancient, so anything and everything is gonna be useful for them.
Yeah, at least on the attacking side, KingPins were taking mid control quite well. Especially with the bombardment of flashes towards the ruins region, KingPins were able to always overpower NKT on mid. Now I wonder if KingPins will take mid control once again the same way NKT was taking. In fact, KingPins, when it comes to just pure fighting and brawling, they have been able to force quite a lot of fights towards the T lane as well and win them for the most part. So that's a positive thing for KingPins, but they need to make sure that they're able to close out the rounds as well, even after they acquire the man advantage.
Because for NKT, the man advantage, losing the man advantage doesn't really matter because every player is good for 2 to 3 players single-handedly. That's a positive thing for them. Pentet here finds Bhavi, really good opening. Not the best situation for KingPins at the moment. Pentet trying,
Another one.
gonna find Finn as well. Massive, massive vital frags coming in. Now do a 3v5.
Yeah. And both those players going down towards Lamp means that KingPins have to now reinforce the B side, which leaves mid and Donut very vulnerable.
He is
You can
completely
see that
open
Cyclone
now.
is still... Yeah, Cyclone was holding A, but now that he's gotten away from the position, the A side is free for the taking. KingPins re-aggress towards B, clear out everything, but now they will realize, hey, this was all just a ruse.
Now do a 4v5 or e3. It's gonna be really difficult for KingPins to get the retake in. They just might as well save this round. Maybe play out in the 25th round or 26th round. That's a bit of a stretch there. 3 players with enough weapons to get the retake in. So then again, it's down to 3v5. But now it comes down to the matter of their time or not. Ukas finding a frag onto Benzine, and instantly it's gonna be Zayn pushing in front of him, gets a pick onto Cyclone. Revan still makes it count. He had his up, is not ready to go down yet. Gets the second one. Is he gonna be good for the third one as well? A player still holding. Senzu pushes in. He's gonna fight Pentet as well. Oof, a small casualty coming in. Some small friendly fires, but not gonna be of a problem. They did manage to take down the AWP in the end, so yeah. They did. Oof.
Yeah, they had to sacrifice the to the Elder Gods to get that round. Yeah, like you said, a little friendly fire never hurt anyone. I mean, at this point, even Chris Nomi is in a decent enough spot so that NKT don't have to worry about the friendly fire penalty coming through, so it's fine. But the problem over here is KingPins are down with their backs against the wall. Inferior weaponry, Benzine picks up the Swag 7, Revan with a Scout. At least he's got armor, so he doesn't have to worry about getting game punched. But then again, Revan is playing all the way from Temple, and he won't spot anyone coming towards A main anytime soon. NKT using their weaponry towards the B lamps region and trying to clear out the side halls will only be wet with one guy, and that's Bhavi. Bhavi has only a P250, so he can't really do much to stop the side of NKT in case they decide to push B. Although this position that's being held by Cyclone F, it can get him the kill onto Urcast if he doesn't check all the corners. And there you go. They can recover this AK as well, and that should be a good staging point. But the B side is already being contested. Bhavi looking to make an impact, but he won't be able to even peek. All the smokes are making him stay back there. And now at least he's able to fall back and regroup with his teammates. He's still playing towards the smoke, undetected. And the moment I say it, he gets unlucky. Senzu executes it. Picks up the pace, picks up the fighting, but Cyclone retaliates in kind. And this is a full-blown brawl at this point. KingPins are trying to storm the front, and they have very little time left. Only one defuse kit onto Revan, and he is not long for this world. Team NKT are your champions of the Skyesports Championship 4.0. They win this in a scoreline of 3-1.
3-1 scoreline coming in. A massive, massive performance coming in for Team NKT here. But this was the last match. This was the last map of the whole tournament, of the whole championship. It is gonna be Team NKT coming out in the end, the best team of our Skyesports Championship, with a close second coming in for Team King, who were really close. They obviously weren't that good to win against NKT, but they still stood their grounds pretty rigidly and they were performing crazily. The counters, the strategies, their plays, the performance, no doubt was commendable and was just absolutely amazing.
Yeah, I agree. There was a point where I was actually considering the possibility of a Kingpin win. There were several instances where even after NKT had reached like 14 or 13 rounds, Kingpins continued to fight on and they started to mount those comebacks. There were some really good counters, especially in Ancient. Every time that Kingpins fight towards mid, they were able to get the man advantage, and that's a very good thing. To take mid control away from a team like NKT is not a small task, and they should pat themselves on the back for it. Of course, the ability to close out rounds was something that NKT still were better at, but even though Kingpins have lost this tournament, they should be able to hold their head up high. Like I said, Kingpins have never faced an opponent this strong, and the fact that they're able to give one of the best teams in Asia a run for their money is definitely a reason for them to celebrate.
Them playing against them, obviously not winning, but them playing against them is obviously going to be of a lot of use to them. Experience, the knowledge, and no doubt the exposure is gonna be of some use to every one of the players. Given that, Kingpins performed absolutely freaking amazingly. I have no complaints. The performance was crazy. They could have gotten more rounds, and no doubt if some more mistakes here and there were not made by them, which only they know better than me, so I'll not talk about that. But yeah, the matches were crazy. After the second map of Vertigo, I did think that there was a chance for Kingpins to do something in maybe Ancient. Obviously it was a long shot nonetheless, but I really had some hopes, and even in the last match they did show a lot of promise to us. They did make it to 16-9. We could have seen something better, but even 16-9 is an absolutely devastating performance, a deadly performance coming in from Kingpins. And on the other side, NKT, the very well deserved, worthy champions for our Championship 4.0.
Yep. A huge round of applause to Team NKT for winning this tournament. Very soon we'll be talking to them as well. We'll be interviewing the players and seeing how they feel about this win. Of course, they have faced quite a lot of difficulties going into this finals. I'm sure there must have been some tension in the camp, especially when the first win was awarded to Team Kingpins over here by default. So that must have been a point of concern. The fact that Senzu was unable to connect to the game must have been a little scare. That being said, I'm glad that we got to see QQ God back in action. It's been a while since I've seen that man play, and it is so refreshing to see one of the best Thai players coming back in the server and not only winning the game but also dominating and becoming the MVP of that map. Of course, when Senzu was back in the game in Vertigo, he took the MVP title for himself. So both the spots were basically reserved for that one player. Even though QQ God replaced Senzu, they both were able to get an MVP title to their name each. Of course, who's the MVP in Ancient, we'll find out in just a few moments when the scorecards and the MVP cards pop up on your screen with more stats for the nerds. This was a cracking good fight.
And in the end, just like Rajni Banerjee said in the chat, no matter whoever won the match, the real sporting spirit was shown by Kingpins, and no doubt their performance was commendable. Absolutely massive situations. And we'll be seeing the MVP performance after a small, maybe 5 minutes, and we'll see who performed the best in this match. And let's see. Maybe I guess once again Senzu will be the star fragger for this match as well. But no doubt, just like you said, QQ God made a guest appearance, came in, performed fabulously. Even his plays, the clutches, performance was absolutely amazing. Everyone today did wholly perform completely, and there was no problem at any domain, any point, or any factor coming in from any team. It was a really whole day coming in from him. Coming in for me as well, really enjoyed casting whoever the winner is. In the end, KingPins did win our heart, even though they didn't win the championship, which was really, really crazy and a fun match to watch as well. And the best of 5 as well was very good.
Yeah, I mean, I'm glad that we at least got to see map number 4. I thought the whole affair would be over in just a
3
3-0
matches,
fashion because one can't expect a team like KingPins to go up against NKT. The skill difference between those two teams is massive. But the fact that KingPins didn't let that bother them, even though they know they're up against a significantly stronger opponent, they gave them a good competition, gave them a good run for their money. And KingPins, even in the face of adversity, they remained steadfast through the passage that preys upon the weak. And that is absolutely commendable. So if I had a hat, I would tip it to them. And
No
that just
doubt.
tells you
That's
exactly
off, that's
how
off.
formidable the fighting spirit of Team KingPins is. That being said, in Ancient, there were some strats that KingPins used which were working for them, especially the mid pushes. I've already pointed out how effective it was. But what they couldn't account for was the heroism of Bentet. It's those unorthodox plays near the smokes, near the pillars. Him, as well as Urkast in most occasions, they were able to solo hero towards the B side and play in such ridiculous positions that none of the members of KingPins ever saw them coming. And those impactful positions that Bentet and Urkast were holding towards the B side, whether it's on the T side or the CT side, is what made the big difference in this game. Of course, one also can't forget the number of clutches that Bentet had to his name. Do you remember that one round where he basically went past Finn in the smoke, went towards the A side and planted in A main, and he
That
just
was a
pushed through the
game-changing
molly
turn,
to
though.
get that kill. Yeah, that was a game-changing round, and if that would have actually gone in the favor of KingPins, then this match would have been even closer. But Bentet stepped up like the hero he is, made sure that that round stabilizes the team's economy, and they just steamrolled from there on.
In the end, definitely it was Team NKT. It's just because they have KingPins in front of them isn't gonna mean that they're gonna lower their performance, and they didn't. Even after that, their performance was top tier, top notch, and they won it without any problems. At times there were some small issues that they were encountering, but NKT being NKT was not at all afraid of taking any of them, challenging all of the problems, and then again winning the whole of BO5, the SEA qualifiers, and the whole of Skyesports Championship 4.0 without any issues. I guess this would be the only BO5 that they lost a match to, and that too just because of a technical difficulty. And just like you said, we could have just ended this match in a 3-0, but it went on to the 3-1, and we didn't even get to see Inferno, which could also have been a really crazy and a fun match to watch and witness.
Yeah, I mean, I was fully expecting an Inferno pickup right at the start, but then due to factors out of NKT's control, they had to concede that game, which is actually not that bad because I thought, that's so sad, we won't get to see Ancient, but we got to see it regardless, so I'm happy for that. I'm also happy that Vertigo was picked up. Finally, somebody gave that map a little bit of love. Throughout the entire championship, I hadn't seen it at all, so I was like, we missed out on it.
Even
being
when we
said,
did see it, it was a
Wait, we
good
did
match.
see Vertigo? Was it
Oh,
on
we
the
did
last
see
day
Vertigo.
where I wasn't casting?
Oh, sorry. I'm talking about today. No. I was talking about
Oh, yeah,
today.
today.
I was just saying, like, when we did see Vertigo today, even then we did see a 16-10 scoreline coming in.
Yeah.
16-10 scoreline coming in from KingPins, which we didn't expect, frankly. And yeah, before this we didn't have Vertigo. So that was the first time even I saw the map per se in a tournament, which was absolutely fun.
Yeah, Vertigo was fun, and the fact that KingPins were able to get a slight read onto Team NKT and Vertigo allowed them to reach double digits, which otherwise would have been an impossibility. Of course, NKT switched up their pace and their tactics towards the later end of Vertigo, where they just started to go for these blitzkrieg attacks. The variation in pace was just a little too much for our boys in the tricolor to handle, so that's why Team NKT comes out on top. But at least they made NKT sweat, so the boys over at Team KingPins have something to be proud of. In Ancient, we got to see the real heroic side of NKT, where they would be losing man advantage on several occasions, but despite not having the advantage, NKT would be able to cluster those rounds together. Most of them were because they absolutely bamboozled KingPins, and even disrupted their whole rotation plan, even though there was not enough mid control. So for a team like NKT to disrupt the rotations of Kingpins without having mid control is just so crucial, because one would assume that you need mid control in order to stop rotations, right? We saw Zyne doing the same thing in Vertigo. Zyne would always be playing towards mid and making sure that whenever Kingpins were on their CT side, they get caught in the process of crossing over and rotations.
Yeah.
Now, this time there was basically no mid presence from NKT throughout the game. Yet they were able to manipulate rotations by using their smokes very creatively towards the B short and the stairs region. So that exactly tells you how versatile this team is. And even without having the right areas under their domain, they are able to influence and cut off the rotations of their enemies. That is what Kingpins can learn from NKT going into the future.
And thing I was just reminded of was Kingpins and NKT. If you were to look at their game styles, they're pretty much similar. Kingpins obviously not that aggressive today, but when they were playing the Indian teams, they were aggressive just like NKT is. They were using a lot of strategies. They were executing fast pushes at times. They weren't looking at things. Sometimes they were waiting so long that they executed their pushes at the last 15 to 10 seconds. And just what we saw from NKT today, they were pushing in. And on the other side, Kingpins, they were definitely lacking some sort of that aggression which NKT had, which gave them the upper hand. And even towards attack, NKT was. In fact, even towards defense, NKT was attacking more than the terrorists were, which was the team Kingpins. So yeah, that was some sort of an aggression we could have seen from CTs, and maybe they could have gotten some rounds towards that off, but that didn't happen. NKT using their aggression, passive plays, and all the styles they have in their pockets made it come in, and obviously made them win today.
Yeah, Bentet, what a monstrous performance from this man. In so many occasions, he was able to single-handedly turn the tide of the round. Because Kingpins were making sure that Bhavi, Cyclone, Revan always get the forward positioning and get those first frags. In fact, this time I see Revan having a positive KD, which I believe is the first ever time that Kingpins had someone on their team be in positive KD. So that's a good thing. But Bentet was just an absolute hero. He's wearing the crown and the cape, saving his team from situations where Kingpins on paper had the advantage. So that is absolutely commendable. Benzene obviously not having that great of a game, but he was always being subject to such ridiculous rotation plays that he got punished very hard and very often.
Kinda not the strongest map for Benzene here, but we did see Bhavi finally moving up 2 positions there with 17 frags and double digits on the board. But let's take a look at the match MVP for the final match as well. It's gonna be none other than Bentet. Okay, I would have expected Senzu there, but okay, we're gonna have Bentet there. Even he was of massive use to, who do you say, it's NKT today. 28 frags, 18 deaths, almost, not almost a 2 KD, but yeah, a really positive KD coming in. 37 headshot person, last match we saw something close to 40 here. Little bit less than that, but not of any problem. 1.44 rating, KAST is going to be 76, kill per round is 1.12, and let's take a look at the round summary as well.
Okay, I'm sure about one thing. Out of the 181 flashes, at least 100 would have been from the side of team Kingpins. The way they were taking mid control, especially on the T side, it was purely on the basis of a whole barrage of flashes. And anyone in NKT who would be playing towards either pit or towards donut would have to relinquish their forward positions and take much more passive angles, which gave the opportunity for Kingpins to move forward.
No doubt, that was something. The use of utils was did play a major role for Bentet winning some rounds, NKT winning some rounds. But on the other hand, as far as util usage goes, I guess I am more impressed by the usage of utility by Kingpins, because some of those grenade combos, some of the molly combos were just absolutely massive, even though they were just good for just that one frag. But to be fair, we are at times look out for some crazy flashy plays. We did get to see them, so I'm satisfied for the day. I'm happy with the clutches and all the plays I did see. So to be fair, all in all, a really beautiful match today.
Yeah, a really beautiful match, and I'm glad that you brought up the utility aspect of it. While we did not get to see too many nade stacks in Ancient, you saw how Mirage was super impactful with the nade usage from Kingpins. I remember that one round where they triple naded Bentet out of connector in Mirage. Something similar happened when Kingpins were on the attacking side, and they just used the nades to get a lot of damage done towards mid, especially when they were playing in Vertigo. So that being said, we really give a round of applause to Team NKT for winning this tournament. And without further ado, let's speak to one of their players and see how they're feeling about this victory. Hello, are you able to hear us?
Hello.
Hi. First of all, congratulations for winning the Skyesports Championship 4.0. May I ask how you're
Thank
feeling?
you so much, guys.
How are you feeling, man? How's the match?
Oh, I'm feeling great. This is like our newest roster of our team that will be like competing for the next year, and I'm glad we won our first tournament, and it's just good vibe at the moment in the team speak.
Was there a little bit of tension when the first map did not go in your favor, especially due to the technical difficulties? Was there any sort of tension in the camp at that point?
Yeah, we just didn't know where our fifth week Sinzu went, so that's why we were kind of worried, and then we couldn't contact him, and it was kind of like more of like tension within the team. Yeah, but about our opponent, we know the situation with the Indian Counter-Strike right now, so we knew like they wouldn't be like that strong, so we were not worried about that first map disadvantage.
It was quite obvious that you guys were on a whole different power level when compared to your opponents. But do you have any message for the Indian teams or anything that you would like to say to them, given the way they played today?
Yeah, I'm actually personally, I feel very happy that you guys are hosting this tournament because it's been a very long time since I last saw Indian teams competing in a tournament. I'm glad that there's teams that are competing in CSGO, and I just hope that it will grow more because right now in Asia, it's mostly like Chinese and Mongolian teams that are competing against each other. So them competing against each other is just making them more stronger and making the gap between the other teams. So I'm very glad that teams are competing. And then I just want to say, just keep going, guys. And you guys are very talented, and I hope one day you guys will be much stronger, and then we're gonna compete more.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. We're gonna move on some healthy competition as well in the future. Thank you for all the time you gave us. And once again, congratulations on winning Skyesports Championship 4.0. Beautiful matches, really enjoyed all of them. But yeah, I do have one question left. In Vertigo, when it was a 10-16, so before the 10-15 score line, did you guys feel any pressure? Were you guys even a bit of nervous that you might lose the match or you might lose the map there?
Of course, we're not gonna take any opponent easily. We will still want to win. So when the scores got close, we were like, okay, let's try to play more safe. Let's minimize our mistakes, and we were 100% focused at the time.
Yeah, we did really see you guys trying hard in the second half of the game. But yeah, in no time you guys came out of the match victorious without any problems. And just like that, we saw you win the last match as well. With that, thank you for all the effort you gave us, and thank you for joining us and playing this Skyesports Championship. Thanks for all the time.
Thank you so much, guys. Thank you for inviting. Thank you for the tournament, and I hope we're gonna see each other again.
Let's hope so. It would be
Been a
pleasure
pleasure.
to see you again. Yeah, been a pleasure talking to him. Wow, what a wholesome man.
Yeah, crazy guy. Just like the performance, we saw a crazy player as well. A deadly gameplay though. Oh, we have KingPins on the line as well. We get to talk to the Indian teams as well. We'll get them online
Yeah, I'm
just as we
actually-
get them connected, I guess.
Yeah, I'm actually very excited to talk to these people because, let's be honest, KingPins were the massive underdog going into this tournament. Not just when they're competing against a team like NKT, but also when they were facing their own Indian counterparts. There were several people in the tournament who've been around for a longer time than the members of Team KingPins. In fact, some of these players, I've seen them play a lot of CSGO tournaments and on the highest level in India. The fact that KingPins are able to not only beat those Indian teams but also give NKT a good run for their money, that is just absolutely commendable. So let's speak to those guys soon and see what was going on in their minds. And it's kind of a hero story for them as well, because I'm sure that this would have been the toughest game of their career so far. And even though they lost, I mean, even though they lost, I was still very impressed. Yeah, they definitely will be happy. I was thoroughly impressed with their performance. Most people would get nervous when they're facing an opponent of such a huge caliber. But these guys, they showed absolutely no signs of nervousness. They made their opponents sweat, so they can definitely hold their head up high. In fact, they might even go ahead and celebrate Christmas already.
That being said, they do have a lot of things to focus on. They do need to improve as well, because in the end, it was a really, really good match. But without wasting any more time, let's take a look at the runner-ups as well, and let's talk to them as well. We have Benzine, if I'm not wrong, with us. Hello, Benzine, can you hear us?
Hello, he can hear us, but we are not able to hear him. So maybe could you mess around with the mute settings? Say something?
Hello, can you hear me?
Yeah, okay, cool. We're able to hear you. Alright. First of all, congratulations for giving your opponents such a tough run for their money. We just spoke to one of the members of Team NKT, and I'm gonna be honest, you guys almost had them. How are you feeling going into this match?
Thank you very much for congrats us. And I'm feeling warmed up, and our team also feeling warmed up same. And I guess we knew about the results, but we are ready for actions. But we didn't expect this high much CS from them. But it's like we have some different skill sets and they have some different skill sets. And our skills and their skills are some bigger and a little bit lower. So I guess we need to work on our skills, individual decision makings, some coordinations, communications. That's why I think if we work on that, maybe we will beat them next time.
That being said, still you guys are still the best team in India. That must feel great. And given your performance, seeing it firsthand, I was damn impressed, Benzine. Huge fan. Crazy player you are. Crazy player you are.
Excuse me,
Hats off to your performance.
I'm Rebel, I'm not Benzine.
Oh, Rebel, even you were. Absolutely amazing. No doubt that as well. Absolutely crazy.
Devin, I have to ask you this one thing though. Knowing that NKT are a stronger team, did you focus more on countering their playstyle, or were you just trying to enforce your own playstyle upon them?
Actually, we tried them both, but I think we focused on their playstyle and we tried to some anti-stat, but we failed like we knew that we can't anti-stat like this. After all, we need to take some individual decisions also in the end, in the mid-round situations also. And our mid-round decision makings are poorer than them. So that's why we lost some fights in 5v2 situations and 4v2 situations. And they got those rounds and pulled that for their team.
Alright,
The
yeah.
match. Yeah, Crips, I'll go next.
Yeah, no, even though KingPins were able to get quite a lot of early opening frags, you pointed out rightly how in the mid-rounds you guys were struggling a little, but it definitely must have been a nice confidence booster, right? To be able to win those opening duels, to be able to get that man advantage time and time again. How did that feel?
It was great that we are beating them. Like we had, we are playing since I guess 6 months together, but like we are practicing hard and we try to give them some hard fights and strong, like in a situation of 4v2 and 3v2 situations. We try to come back in vertigo actually.
Yeah, we
But in
did.
some
Really close.
and in some rounds we lacked in communications. That's why they took that advantage and took that round for them, and they did the comeback again from us. So we lost that opportunity to take that map for us. But we gave our best. But we know in some points we lacked also. Of course we lacked, that's why we lost. We will practice hard more, and in the next upcoming events, I hope we will try to give them strong fight and beat them also.
Well, that's the thing that you should be striving for. And once again, congratulations for getting to the finals of this tournament.
Thank you very much.
Even if you finish second, I think you guys can hold your head up high because you definitely entertained the hell out of us and we enjoyed casting your games.
Thank you very much. Thanks for casting. Thanks for inviting me here.
Yeah, it's a pleasure for us. Thanks for coming. Thanks for playing beautifully.
Yeah, it was indeed one hell of a match that they put up. I'm still gonna be giddy about their performance because I was thoroughly impressed, and this has been a wonderful tournament so far. The fact that Skyesports are hosting tournaments which pit together the best of Asia against the best of Indian teams gives all these Indian teams a great opportunity to not only hone their skills but also showcase what they're made of. And if KingPins can do this much damage with just 6 months of practice, I can't wait to see what they bring to the table after they have practiced more.
Definitely, their performance is just gonna get better. They're gonna improvise, they're gonna adapt accordingly, and just like he said, it's just a 6 months old team. Maybe in a year we could see them giving a strong fight to NKT next time. That just could be it. But whatever it was, this was a really massive matchup coming in. Everyone throughout the tournament, all the Indian teams, all the SEA teams, everyone played beautifully. That was a really good tournament. And obviously a huge thanks to all of our sponsors. AMD gaming partner is gonna be Logitech. Thanks to Logitech as well. And official fantasy partner Fanclash, who was okay, and yeah, Fanclash, who is the main fantasy partner. And guys, do feel free to go down in the description. There's a link to download Fanclash where there are a lot of crazy giveaways going on. So do feel free to do that, and your first entry to Fanclash will be free as well. This is a fantasy platform. If you do register, you will be eligible to win loads of rewards and a lot of chance to meet many gaming influencers that Fanclash has on board.
Yeah, and if you want another chance to meet them, then go ahead to the Nesco compound in Goregaon, Mumbai on the 24th of this month, which is just 2 days away. Go over there. If you're in Mumbai, you definitely shouldn't miss this out because there's going to be a massive Pokemon Unite tournament, as well as some of the best CSGO players in the country will be taking part in a show match. So if you're in Mumbai, head over to the Nesco compound in Goregaon, and we look forward to welcoming you there at one of the biggest LAN tournaments of the year. Thank you so much for tuning in. This is us signing out for now.
seek greatness. Let nothing stand between you and the win. Zero distraction. Zero doubt. Zero opposition.
लोग कहे ये सब उन्हें लगता है लेम गेमिंग और कैरियर नॉट जस्ट द सेम ई स्पोर्ट्स को टाइम देना टाइम का वेस्ट कैसे मैं करता सारी उम्मीदों को फेस
गेमिंग इज अ वेस्ट ऑफ टाइम ये सब जी गए दिन की बातें हो गई हैं। अब फैंस की बारी है फेम कमाने की। सिर्फ फैन क्लैश में आप यूज कर सकते हैं अपना गेमिंग नॉलेज फेम और पैसे अर्न करने के लिए, क्योंकि यहाँ फैंस है असली हीरो।
Fanclash is Asia's largest esports fantasy platform. Select your favorite players, make your own fantasy team, and win up to rupees 1 lakh daily. Download the Fanclash app now.